All right. We have a breaking update. Iran state media claims that tonight Iran will have a surprise the whole world will remember for centuries. I'm gonna leave this up on the screen for a little bit here. It's currently trending everywhere.
Too.
I don't want to read too much into it. I mean, it could be something relatively minor, you know. I hope it's. I hope she's all right. Akayla Gardner. Hey, Marks, who I follow with Bloomberg, says Secretary of State Marco Rubio just left the White House. He attended today's meeting in the Situation Room. For whatever that's worth for you guys, thanks to Marks, M-A-R-Q-S, who I follow, who posted this from Akayla Gardner with Bloomberg, I think she is. She reports that Marco Rubio has just left the White House. Again, Kristi Noem was taken to the hospital today in D.C. No updates. I have no other information. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Oh, alert. We have an alert. We have a pre-alert. There's a pre-alert going on saying alert coming. Pre-alert in Israel. Pre-alert in Israel. I actually want to put on the screen. I want to put this on the screen. I want to put the other Tel Aviv cam on the screen. So alert incoming in Israel. Alert incoming. This is a pre-alert where they say there's going to be an alert soon. So I assume we're going to have an alert from the military soon. Yes. Missiles were launched. The IDF just announced that there was a missile launch detected. Missile launch detected. Missile launch detected.
Yeah, I'm seeing these alerts everywhere as well.
Missiles from Iran incoming to Israel now.
I think it's looking like it might be central northern, potentially.
Batch was 2, but missiles incoming now. Oh, hold on. I don't have a location yet. All right, we have the Jerusalem cam. We have Tel Aviv cam, Jerusalem cam. I have a backup Tel Aviv cam. Tel Aviv, Jerusalem. I have a Modine cam. I should get that up on the screen. I'm going to get Modine up on the screen so I can see it. If you give me a second, I might be able to get Modine up real quick. Modine, Israel. Okay, I think I got it. Hang on, folks. I got Modine. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? That's Modine, but it shouldn't be so big. I don't want it so big. That is Modine, Israel. I'll put it down here. Doing my best. That's not the State Department briefing. It's Modine. It's Modine, Israel. Okay, Modine, Israel, Jerusalem, and Tel Aviv. If I have to get rid of some, I will. Again, IDF says missiles from Iran are incoming to Israel now. Daphne Lay says expect alarms in the north and center. The north and center. I'm going to put this Jerusalem one down here. I am looking at Is it like Tel Aviv and Haifa? I'm not sure. We might see stuff in Tel Aviv. So again, missiles incoming. I've seen some discussion online of maybe the North, Haifa, and Tel Aviv center, but I'm not sure if that's true. So don't quote me on that. We'll have to see. For a day and a half, these have been pretty small missile launches. So what will this one be?
I don't know what this one will be. We are currently waiting, so let's hop into this.
We are just getting this in and want to bring it to you. It is the president's latest Truth Social. We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. We have complete control. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment, and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff, he says. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. From the President of the United States moments ago. All eyes are on him in the White House right now and what the next moves in the conflict will be as it's starting to escalate again and again in the Middle East. New video showing a series of Israeli airstrikes across western Iran. And perhaps that's exactly what President Trump was talking about, controlling that airspace. Those Israeli strikes have taken out dozens of missile launch sites and radars that are spread across the western region there. This is outnumbered. I'm Harris Faulkner, here with my co-hosts Kayleigh McEnany and Emily Compagno. Also joining us today, Molly Hemingway, Fox News contributor, and Griff Jenkins, Fox News national correspondent. First, though, let's go to senior correspondent Mike Tobin, who is in Tel Aviv for the latest there. Mike, just reading that Truth Social from the president, talking about that control in the skies now over Iran and those particular areas that we've been watching.
And what he's talking about is the fact that the Israeli fighter jets have been able to do what they want in Iranian airspace. They've been busy over western Iran today. Israel says that they took out dozens of surface-to-surface missiles. Those are the kind of things that Iran has been firing here in the direction of Tel Aviv and greater Israel. They also claim that they have taken out surface-to-air missiles and radar installations. The Israelis, in line with what President Trump is saying, have said that they have degraded the Iranian air defenses to such an extent that they have air superiority, meaning they can do whatever they want in Iranian airspace. And Israel's defense minister says more significant targets in Iran will be struck today, and maybe we'll learn about those in the coming hours. He also warned the Grand Ayatollah Ali Khamenei that if he continues to fire missiles at Israel, he...
Okay, guys, hold on. Look in the Jerusalem cam. It looks like interceptors are
alerts,
going
rocket missile alerts. They just came in. The alerts are coming in. Okay, keep an eye on Tel Aviv. It's northern and central. Northern and central, Tel Aviv and Haifa. We have sirens. We have sirens. Oh, I'm seeing something on the Modine cam.
Look at Jerusalem right now. Rockets going up. Interceptors.
Cam, I think. Jerusalem, interceptor, Jerusalem going up. Interceptor just went up there. Modine cam is not working. We'll get rid of that. Oh, we see something coming in right now. Right now. Maybe one right there. Up there? Oh, hold on.
Looks like explosions up at the top here are possibly rockets coming down. I'm not sure. Yeah, they're being intercepted.
Tel Aviv cam right now.
Oh, wow. There's a lot of them coming in, too.
A bunch of missiles. A bunch of missiles. A bunch of missiles. A bunch of missiles coming in on the Tel Aviv cam. A bunch of missiles on Tel Aviv cam. Oh, also, I'm seeing some on the Modine cam, too. We are watching the Tel Aviv cam, though. That's the one I have focused on. Look at this. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A bunch of interceptors. Many interceptors.
Holy crap.
Look at this in Tel Aviv.
Wow.
Many interceptors. Seeing some interceptions. A bunch of interceptions. Looks like a bigger attack this time. Sirens, some sirens still going off. Some booms.
That was very loud. There's more going out.
More going up. Is that it? Now, where is that?
Holy crap.
There was actually there was a bunch going on the Modine cam too. So, I don't know if anything happened there at the Modine cam, which is here. But just in the interest of focusing, the most was on the Tel Aviv cam, so I got rid of the other cameras. But there was some activity on the Modine cam. Jerusalem, I saw a little bit of activity, but I'm not sure if anything got hit anywhere. There were certainly a lot of interceptors going up on the Tel Aviv cam.
We just saw a massive wave of missiles get intercepted here over Tel Aviv.
It looked like maybe some missiles went to the ground on some of the cameras. It was hard to tell. So let's see what the reporting is coming out of Israel right now on the aftermath of this. I would not be surprised. Okay, hold on. N12 News says around 20 missiles estimated. According to N12 News, around 20 missiles. That's a bigger than the more recently.
Struck both the Isfahan and the Natanz nuclear facilities. And they have left just really a large facility called the Fordow facility, where the most advanced part of the Iranian nuclear program is currently developing. And so if we see the Americans get involved, this is one of the likely targets because America has bunker buster bombs. They have the ability to strike even deeper underground than the Israelis do. And according to that pilot that I spoke with earlier, an Israeli fighter jet pilot, he told me they've taken out much of the air defense around the Iranian capital. And this gives Israel the ability to start striking in deeper parts of Tehran. And we're just going to walk back out here, Jesse, because again, it's a very fluid situation when we're covering these moments. And you will notice over the past 4 days, whenever we have to make decisions, we make them very quickly. We have a security team member with us, and they address how much incoming fire we're getting, what direction it's coming from. And when they make the call, we move very quickly to get out of the way and get cover. From what I can see here, there are no direct impacts in this area. We'll get initial reports in about other parts of central Israel. We're very careful about the locations, understanding that this is a volatile situation that is changing each and every minute. Jesse?
All right, Trey, a lot of respect for your bravery. Great reporting. Thank you so much. We're going to continue to monitor the situation here, and we're going to have more of the five up next.
All right, guys, there you have it. A little bit of insider info in Tel Aviv. Literally crazy.
He could very well meet the same fate as Saddam Hussein.
I warn the Iranian dictator from continuing to commit war crimes, firing missiles at Israeli citizens. He should remember what happened to the dictator in the country neighboring Iran, who took this path against the state of Israel.
Now, with the strikes, an exodus formed up and created a massive traffic jam coming out of Tehran. Lines also formed up at gas stations. And this was before President Trump posted on Truth Social that the people in Tehran need to evacuate. Iran continues to fire missiles at Israel. But what we're seeing, at least today, is that the size and intensity of those attacks have decreased dramatically. That attack just a little over an hour ago may have involved as few as 2 Iranian missiles. The IDF says they shot one of those down. Earlier this morning, we saw an attack involving some 20 Iranian missiles. 4 of those got through and hit just north of Tel Aviv, resulting in no injuries. But you compare that to previous days in which hundreds of missiles and drones were fired at Israel. Harris?
Mike, you may know the name Yadlin. He is the former Israeli intelligence head for the military in Israel. And what General Yadlin told me last hour was that, yes, they have dramatically, decreased the number of missiles coming in. They're looking for some help. It could come in the form of a friend. We don't know. He said they could just be resetting at this point, so they're keeping all eyes to the sky. They're acting like, this is the conflict that it is.
Well, certainly. But all we can go on right now is what we're seeing. We saw those massive missile barrages coming in previous days, and the numbers are dramatically down today, resulting in no injuries. And in fact, what an Israeli military official told me earlier today is that the attacks just haven't been impactful. All
right. Well, thank goodness for that. Mike Tobin, thank you very much. The president is back in the United States after cutting short his appearance at the G7 summit in Canada. President Trump has told Iran to tread carefully and not to lay a finger on U.S. troops or innocent civilians in the Middle East. He also doubled down on his belief that a nuclear Iran needs to remain off the table. Trump posted this on Truth Social. We started here. Iran should have signed the deal. I told them to sign. What a shame and waste of human life. simply stated Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. Meanwhile, more than 300,000 people have been warned to evacuate the capital city of Iran. As Israel's Operation Rising Lion only intensifies at this point, videos showing long lines of cars fleeing the city, and we know that gas stations were bumper to bumper as people were trying to fuel up. Trump told reporters that he wants peace and he wants the bloodshed on both sides to cease.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end. A real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that will be permanent.
Or giving up entirely.
Is
That's
that
okay too.
Are you close there? Are you possible? Is that possible in the next 24?
Why not? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible. The cities have been blown to pieces and we've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them, do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in a mood to negotiate now.
Molly, your reaction?
Well, this is it's been such a dramatic, interesting couple of days here. But I think one thing that was interesting was that President Trump reminded people, he said repeatedly, Iran cannot be trusted to have nuclear weapons capabilities. He has not been ambiguous about it. He said it over and over again. And I think people are pretty happy with how things are going thus far. They're also understandably worried about this becoming yet another regime change war in the Middle East, which nobody voted for. But it's why it's good to hear what the president has to say. And he seems to be, he's earned a bit of credibility because of how he's handled so many conflicts in the past. And so I think that's why so many Americans are feeling okay about it thus
And
far.
to the point that you're making, the Vice President, J.D. Vance, posted this just a very few minutes ago. It's a lengthy post, and Griff, I'll just drill down on it. That decision, what you're talking about, whether or not we would get involved with Israel, ultimately belongs to the president. And of course, people are right to be worried about foreign engagement after the last 25 years of idiotic foreign policy. But I believe the president has earned some of the trust on this issue, just what you were saying, credibility. But I believe the president has earned that. And having seen this up close and personal, I can assure you that he is only interested in using the American military to accomplish American people's goals. Whatever he does, that is his focus. Griff.
Yeah, and that last point, I think, is really important because while we're hearing in the Israeli media that regime change may be on the table, obviously the Ayatollah is thinking, well, wait a minute, if it's existential for my future, then maybe I've got to get to the negotiating table and do a deal. But President Trump, the tell is where Molly puts it. No matter what, Iran can't have a nuke. And we know in that one site, Fordo, where they have uranium under a mountain, there's only one weapon that can do it. It's a massive ordnance penetrator, the GBU-57. It's a 30,000-pound bomb that could take that out. The Israelis don't have it, and they don't have the planes that can fly it. Only B-2 bombers can fly that and carry a bomb that big. And so that would mean American pilots flying American planes with American bombs. That's the stakes in what I think Politico is right. This is a moment of truth for President Trump. Ultimately, I think the president wants to see simply Iran without a nuke and some peace come. But the fact.
Well, hopefully, but only time will tell based on what we've heard and seen over the past, my God, it's like, what, 4 or 5 days now? It's been pretty wild, and we just saw another massive missile barrage just moments ago.
Where was it? All right, you're going to hear, oh yes, okay. Remember, this is a replay. This is not live. It literally says replay on the screen. All right, forward a little bit, forward a little bit. Stand by, stand by, stand by. All right, this is a replay. Let's watch the Modine Israel feed. There you go, Modine, Israel. That's in central Israel. Up, you're seeing maybe some interceptions up there. Definitely see some interceptors and maybe missiles in the sky in this shot. See that? You see a couple of flash, a couple things going through the sky, a couple more flashes. There's that thing over there. Well, kind of got stuck for a second. Looks like the camera was going in and out a bit. Camera was having some issues. Well, that's what happened in Modin, Israel. That was the Modin cam. All right, it's live again. I'm going to go back, I think, to the other Tel Aviv shot. I'm so confused. Did they tell people they could leave yet? I don't. Hold on. The event has ended. You can leave your home front command. Israel says the event has ended. People who are in their shelters can leave. Okay, so that's over for now. For now, that's over. For now, that's over.
Recommended beet brand for heart health. Breaking tonight, Iran has just fired a new wave of missiles at Israel just in the past few minutes. This comes shortly after President Trump met with his national security team at the White House about the ongoing fighting. He is calling for Iran to, quote, unconditionally surrender. He's also warning the Islamic Republic's leader that his life could be in danger. There are indications the U.S. could take direct action in the conflict if the president so decides. We began, though, with Trey Yanks, live in Tel Aviv, where those explosions have just been heard. Good evening, Trey.
Yeah, Brett, good evening. Just a few moments ago, central Israel took in about 15 Iranian ballistic missiles, the majority of them intercepted overhead. Tonight, the Israeli Security Cabinet is meeting to determine the next steps in the war against Iran. The IDF today launching dozens of new airstrikes across Iranian territory, going after these missile launching positions. We know around 40% of those launchers, according to the military, have been taken out so far. Earlier today, I spoke with Major B, an Israeli fighter pilot who is on the front lines of this war. Take a listen. Can you talk about those dangers? Were there any efforts to shoot down Israeli jets? What does Iranian air defense look like?
So when you ask about attempts, I will say that it's pretty obvious that the Iranian regime doesn't like the Israeli fighter jets flying over their skies, and they do have they have advanced their technologies on their side in the past years as well as we have, and we've been practicing and training for this type of scenario. So what we have done in the first 24 hours is create that environment so that whichever surface-to-air threat we would face, we'd be able to make sure that our side wins.
Despite these Israeli strikes, the Iranians continue the ballistic missile salvos, sending millions of people into bomb shelters. We do understand there were interceptions today over the northern city of Haifa, early this morning in Tel Aviv, and in the afternoon in the Negev desert. The big question tonight, Brett, whether or not the United States gets directly involved in this war, launching airstrikes of its own. Brett.
All right, Trey Yanks, we'll head back for any more breaking news. Trey, thank you. Let's get the latest now from the White House.
Hopefully they don't send in strikes of their own. That would only escalate things further.
Hey, a quick thanks to Paul Danino Cappuccino, Lucy Guliram. Thanks, Lisa Sutz. Yeah, Lisa Sutz said the Jerusalem cam had a few interceptions. Maybe if I get a chance, I'll go peek at that too. I didn't see that much going on there. I saw some stuff. Thank you, Lisa Sutz. Thanks, Carl Hamilton. I really appreciate that. Sven Shaper.
President Trump is intensifying his rhetoric against Iran, calling for unconditional surrender as he carefully considers next steps against the regime and its nuclear ambitions.
I hope their program's going to be wiped out long before that, but they're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
President Trump met with his national security team this afternoon, and a senior White House official says U.S. strikes against Iran are on the table. On his Truth Social, the president issued a warning to Iran's Ayatollah Khamenei, writing, "We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, kill, at least not for now." Adding in a separate post, quote, "We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran." Vice President J.D. Vance addressing, quote, "a lot of crazy stuff on social media," defending the president's position today on X and signaling Trump could choose to do more. He may decide he needs to take further action to end Iranian enrichment. That decision ultimately belongs to the president. Pennsylvania Democrat Senator John Fetterman is expressing support for U.S. involvement.
I've been saying, oh, hell yes, for I think it's almost 6 weeks. Yeah, I think I might have been the first one to call, bomb, and destroy their nuclear facilities.
When asked by Fox about the possibility of regime change in Tehran, State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce was careful.
I'm certainly not going to remotely address that. It would require me to speculate or speak on behalf of the president, which I will not do.
French President Emmanuel Macron suggested
the UK is somehow getting involved in strikes on Iran. If I hear it, I will let you know. Thank you, Michael Ezat. I really appreciate it, from Egypt. Honeybee, thank you. Roger Mitchell. James Gorman. Ex-Farmgill gave more membership. So nice of you, Ex-Farmgill. Please thank her or anybody else who gave you membership. Thank you. Some new guy. Roger Mitchell says, does this mean USA involvement is inevitable? I mean, I can't say it's inevitable. It seems like it's it's pretty likely. It seems to me. Thanks, some new guy. Thanks, India Comparison, and Kiwi, and Indy, and SpecTech, and Tossie, and Dave Bach, Wyoming Adventures, Raul, Joshua Bruder, Meret DeWall, thank you. Robert Maddox, Jace R., Mitchell Pilot, Asphal, Andrew Gagne, who says, I wonder if they're waiting to have all the assets in place to deal with Hormuz, local bases, etc., before they do anything. Interesting thought from Andrew. Thanks, The Real Out Kev. Albert Freites. Sorry, I'm behind on my thank yous. AP, Montresor, DS, Rocks, Raul D, Mano 1987, Frankly Speaking, Mr. Ray Romantico, Rage Quit Now, Civic Republic Military, Trisha C, Donna Smith, thank you, Clint Paraguay. A bunch of viewers like Clint have claimed that state media in Iran said there's going to be some big surprise. I haven't seen it myself personally, but my reaction is, at this point, any big claim of an attack by Iran, I'm going to assume is false. And the burden is on them to prove otherwise. Given all of the claims they've been making, including last night, about big things are going to do which don't happen. So I don't know, but any of those, I'm going to assume based on past performance, it's just false. It's just empty threats. But I can't guarantee that. So I'm just saying that's been my experience the last few days. Thank you, BBG, Malcolm Moore, and our viewer from Greece. I can't even read it. Nico something Proestos. Thanks for watching. Thank you, Wow Pedro, who says there was a C-17 on the radar 15 minutes ago. A US C-17. Thank you, Lucy Guliram and Racer and Monica S. and Honeybee. And the Karzar. And Zazo Joe and David M. Thank you. Anna P. Thank you. Anna thinks one of the Iron Dome missiles crashed. Was there a malfunction? Maybe there was. I didn't see it, but I wasn't looking at all the cameras. Paige Hetty's Oil Medic, thank you. I got to see if I have this replay for you. People wanted me to show the replay. But thank you again for supporting the channel. That's really nice of you guys. And I very much appreciate it. Just to be clear, I've seen now 2 sources say that Trump and Netanyahu spoke on the phone before the Situation Room meeting. CNN is saying that now. They didn't speak after the situation. I don't know if they did, but the reports say they spoke before the Situation Room meeting. Okay, I have the replay from Tel Aviv. Replay coming up from Tel Aviv. So what I need to do is do this. Hold on. Okay, this is going to be the replay here. All right, here's how I'm going to do this. I'm going to put this down here, and then I'm going to say, replay from Tel Aviv, Israel, in big letters on the bottom. So it's clear it's a replay. Let me just get rid of this. Do that so you can actually hear it. Can't hear, nothing to hear yet. Well, it's not playing yet. So there you go. There you go. I think there was a 15 barrage, 15 missiles around there. But still more booms. Okay. So, let's go back there. Let's turn this off. That off. Turn the live volume on. I can try to pull up, I don't even know when it happened at this point. I can try to pull up the Jerusalem one. I'll try. Okay. We are waiting to see when we hear something. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a moment. There is no alert for a launch incoming. There is no alert for a launch incoming. There are no missile alerts right now. An account I follow had posted that they saw some launches on cams and then they deleted their account. And some of our viewers are saying, oh, I saw some launches on cams. Well, I don't see, if you're seeing the launches, then it seems like you should message the Israeli government about it, because they haven't put an alert out yet. So they're going to want to get a hold of those cams you're looking at. They deleted the post. The original poster deleted the post. N12 News says, Asaf Rosenzweig, report of explosions in Tehran and Karaj, Iran. So I'm seeing a report from N12 of some explosions in Iran, maybe from Israeli airstrikes. We'll see, though. They posted it. They posted it back up. They posted it back up. Well, we'll see. Again, I have heard nothing. There's no, so far, no alerts from Israeli government. Let's see. Oh, hey, guess what? The people in the chat, they were on it because Homefront Command just came out and said alerts are expected to be received soon. Well, there you go, guys. The chat had it. The chat had it after all. All right. Alert Pre-alert. Maybe the IDF is watching the same camera. IDF just said missiles were recently launched. Missiles were recently launched. I don't have the rights to Iran cameras. I can't show them. Missiles have been launched. Fatux Network saw missiles somewhere and posted a picture of it. All right, new wave of missiles incoming. New wave of missiles incoming. Again, I don't have the rights to that camera, so I can't show it. I don't even know which one they're watching. Which camera are people watching? Anyways.
Right there, guys. We have interceptors or missiles on the Tel Aviv camera right now.
I don't have Modine anymore. Oh, but I do have though. I gotta switch the cam back.
We have movement on the Jerusalem camera as well. It looked like 2 interceptors, maybe 3 went up on Tel Aviv cam. I haven't heard anything though. Still waiting.
Better.
As the region waits to see whether or not the United States will get directly involved in this war. This is the second missile barrage from Iran in the past 30 minutes. Brett?
Okay, we'll head back as we see more of that in Tel Aviv.
Okay, so yeah, I guess there's one happening right now. I don't know where in Tel Aviv. We saw a couple interceptors go up, but that was it.
Looking at the Jerusalem camp. It's up there.
On the Jerusalem camera, it looked like a couple interceptors just went up there. Look at that.
Right there. There we go. Interceptor right there on Jerusalem camera. You can see it go up right there. Go up in the sky. Good eye. Good eye, chat. Thank you.
We just got a widespread alert.
So we just saw a few of those go up, I believe. What, 2 or 3? Nothing in Tel Aviv yet. Sirens now. Sirens. Okay, I think I'm seeing a missile there. Looks like a missile.
Multiple.
Missiles going up. I'm going to get out of the way now. Or interceptors going up.
We have them in Haifa, Jerusalem, and Tel Aviv. Widespread right now, guys. Keep an eye on these cameras.
More interceptors going up. A lot of interceptors. Seems like maybe less big than the last one. Maybe a less big of a barrage.
It was less large of a barrage, but it was more widespread.
Some alerts for north of Jerusalem. I'll keep an eye on the Jerusalem cam too. I'm looking at the Jerusalem camera. I'm not seeing anything on the Jerusalem. I'm hearing some booms, but I'm not seeing anything on the Jerusalem camera. Maybe we're hearing booms on one of the cameras. Maybe it's the Jerusalem camera, because I have the audio on from the different cameras. I'm not seeing anything on that camera. Certainly that seemed like more than, say, 3 missiles. I don't know that it was as many as the previous one. Let me check the sources in Israel and see what they're saying. News the Security Cabinet, who I follow in Israel, says about 10 launches were detected. About 10, they're saying. Again, around 10 missiles. The previous one was about 15. I haven't heard yet of any missiles landing. And the reporting I'm seeing suggests around 10 missiles.
Fox News alert, the Israeli military says missiles launched from Iran towards Israel are raining down right now. Trey Yingst is standing by in Tel Aviv. Trey.
Yeah, Jesse, you can hear behind me there are sirens sounding as ballistic missiles are fired at this city. Air defense systems are currently active over Tel Aviv with hundreds of thousands of people into bomb shelters at this moment. Unhook. Get off. All right, we got it. We're going to move. Okay. Stay with us. Stay with us. Stay with us. Keep moving. Keep moving.
So this was about 30, 40 minutes ago.
Keep moving. Keep moving. Give me 1 second, Jesse. I'm with you. I got to fix my IFB. One second, Jesse. We're going to give you a quick update. I'm with you. Jesse, I got you back.
There's a shelter-in-place order right now. We hear the sirens. Trey, are you with me?
Yeah, Jesse, I'm with you. We got disconnected for a moment from our IFB there. You could see a lot of those missiles coming off as they were trying to intercept some of that incoming fire. We saw the first one go out to the sea, and because they could track where it was going, they let it get intercepted out at sea. This is an indication that the Iranians still, as the Americans are deciding whether or not they want to get involved in this war, are firing on major population centers. Again, we have to make the decisions very quickly to move. That's part of what you just saw there. We'll stay as long as we can, and you can hear there's a massive explosion overhead. And once we have another minute, we're going to go out and see if anything was hit. But you could just hear that explosion there, Jesse, and that's why we get off the balcony as the fire starts to get heavier. But again, this has been going on for the past 4 days as the Iranians respond to these strikes that are taking place across their territory. And despite the fact that the Israelis told us earlier today that they were able to take out around 40% of the missile launchers, we understand that they have not been able to take out all of them. And so we expect to see more of this type of fire in the days ahead.
Trey, what is your understanding from the intelligence community? How much missiles have the Iranians stockpiled? Are they able to go tit for tat with Israel, and for how long?
Yeah, so they have around 2,000 missiles, according to a senior Israeli intelligence official that I spoke with over the weekend. The concern here is that they're not able to hit all of the stockpiles because the Iranians have been preparing for the war that is currently taking place with Israel for the past few decades. And so they not only will stockpile missiles in the sides of mountains and deep underground, but they hide the launchers. And so these are mobile launchers in many cases. Eventually, they will run out of missiles. And that is part of the reason that Israeli officials are encouraging the United States to get involved at this very moment, because they understand it's a window of opportunity. They have weakened the Iranians enough that they've taken out many of the missile launching platforms. They have struck both the Isfahan and the Natanz nuclear facilities. And they have left just really a large facility called the Fordow facility, where the most advanced part of the Iranian nuclear program is currently developing. And so if we see the Americans get involved, this is one of the likely targets, because America has bunker buster bombs. They have the ability to strike even deeper underground than the Israelis do. And according to that pilot that I spoke with earlier, an Israeli fighter jet pilot, he told me they've taken out much of the air defense around the Iranian capital. And this gives Israel the ability to start striking in deeper parts of Tehran. And we're just going to walk back out here, Jesse, because again, it's a very fluid situation when we're covering these moments. And you will notice over the past 4 days, whenever we have to make decisions, we make them very quickly. We have a security team member with us, and they address how much incoming fire we're getting, what direction it's coming from. And when they make the call, we move very quickly to get out of the way and get cover. From what I can see here, there are no direct impacts in this area. We'll get initial reports in about other parts of central Israel. We're very careful about the locations, understanding that this is a volatile situation that is changing each and every minute.
So that once again happened about 30 to 50 minutes ago now. We've seen numerous waves since then. Just in the past hour and a half, it feels like. We have seen a lot. And, yeah, it's just been nonstop. So I guess we'll see what happens here.
We're right. Hold on, or no? No, they're not. Well, not right for now. Home Front Command just posted the event has ended. Those staying in protected area can leave. That was just posted right now by Home Front Command. Rocket and missile firing. The event has ended. Those staying in the protected area can leave. Just posted right now. Just said it right now.
over Tel Aviv right now. I think that's something right there. Unless it's a plane. I don't know. We'll see. I think it might have just been a plane. I don't know, though.
As well as all people located. Just here it is. It says, immediate warning to employees as well as all people located in District 18 of Tehran, based on the area specified on the attached map. In the coming hours, the Israeli army will take action in this area to attack the Iranian regime's military infrastructure, just as it has done in recent days around Tehran. Dear citizens, for your health and safety, we ask that you immediately leave the designated area in District 18 of Tehran. Your presence in this area puts your life at risk.
That's a warning directly from the IDF.
For you, give me a moment. That they're telling everybody in that area needs to leave. So this is a pretty big area. I mean, that's a lot of blocks and people. And they're getting this notice at what time? They're getting this notice at 2:15 a.m. At 2:15 a.m., all of the people who live there are getting this notice that you need to leave that area. All right, hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Where is this thing? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Some people are claiming there are rockets, missiles being fired. I have not seen any alerts yet on my end. If I see any more alerts, I will let you know. Maybe some people are getting them on their end.
All right, in about 40 seconds, we got a brand new video from Fox News going into the Israel-Iran war, so we're going to watch that.
Seen any alerts yet? Yeah, I'm going to pull up a map of Tehran to show you more clearly where that is. But Israel has just issued a warning to a lot of people to clear out an area in Tehran. Now, previously, I think it was yesterday, wasn't it like yesterday or the day before, where they gave a warning in Tehran for a certain area, and then they ended up hitting the state TV station.
So President Trump is now facing a big choice: either help Israel destroy Iran's nuke facility or continue to negotiate. Axios reports that Trump is seriously considering joining the war on Iran and launching a strike against its nuclear facilities. However, President Trump is still open to a deal, but says it could depend on his mood.
Are you open to negotiating with the Iranians right now, or do you want to wait?
I don't know. I've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. The cities have been blown to pieces. We've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them, do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in a mood to negotiate.
So, Kayleigh, on the right, we have a big difference of opinion here, but unlike the left, we're not afraid to show it. And you know all the players involved. So I guess I got to ask you, I want to talk about that thing. Should it matter that the mood of America, they voted for a guy who wanted to concentrate on America first. We got the guy in, and now we're here almost participating in a war. How do you explain that, say, to your MAGA friends, you know, the Tuckers and the Bannons, you know, or then you have the other side, the Rubios and the Mike Waltzes. How do you, what do you say?
So I observed America First up front and personal in term one. And what I learned about President Trump, he's a man of action, not words. He's not a Neville Chamberlain. He is a Churchill. He is not someone who sits in a beach chair and lets history happen to him. He makes history. He acts strategically. He acts when it's in our interest. When he took out Soleimani, when he took out al-Baghdadi, when he acted in Syria, when they used chemical weapons on their own people. Every dictator in the world observed that. And you know what happened? Putin, for the first time in 4 presidencies, did not invade a sovereign country. The last and final year of his presidency, not a single American troop died in Afghanistan. You look, ISIS dismantled. He's not words, he is action. How is Bannon and the folks that you mentioned and the people advocating for just sitting back and taking it easy, how are they any different than Biden's foreign policy? Biden's foreign policy was, I say don't, and Putin does. I say don't, and the Taliban takes over Afghanistan. I say don't, and 2 global wars start on my watch. That is the Biden foreign policy. That is by no definition America first. Iran has had 5 decades, almost half a century to talk. And what they've done instead, kill 609 American troops in Iraq. What they've done is put an assassination plot on President Trump's head. What they've done is take American hostages and wreak havoc on the world. America first is not sitting in a beach chair and using words. It's taking decisive action when we can take out Fordo the one swoop of an airplane.
All right, Jesse. We know from Trump's words and deeds, he's pretty stingy with blood and treasure. He's not a guy who's into wars. So what do you think he's going to do? Is this going to be something highly specific? If he gets involved, why isn't anybody asking what's next?
We are.
Yeah.
And some people on the right are asking that. The left isn't asking anything. They've just totally withdrawn themselves from this debate. So right now it's a maximum pressure campaign, and we control the air, and we have sanctions and espionage activities, and they have no proxies. So Donald Trump is saying to the Ayatollah, we know where you eat, we know where you sleep. I'm the one keeping you alive. Bibi wants to knock you out and put you 6 feet under. I'm keeping you alive. So here are your options. Option number 1 is you come right to the negotiating table, you sign a deal, and we take your nuclear facilities offline and out of the country. Or we take them out with bunker busters. We can do it the peaceful way, or we could do it the violent way. It's actually a choice that Khomeini has to make himself. Now, there are risks associated with using the bunker busters. You're basically taking out the only card that they have left to play. That's all their leverage. So they could lash out unpredictably, suicide bombers, dirty bombs, missile strikes against naval assets or bases in there. But it looks like this is moving so fast. Our intelligence said that Netanyahu had decided he was going to strike Iran alone or with the United States after October 7th. There was nothing we could say that would stop him, even if we were negotiating over this deal. And so Trump was like, no, and told him to chill twice. Bibi asked for bunker busters. Trump told him to back off, didn't give them to him, but then felt the Iranians were stringing him along during these negotiations. And after the deadline eclipsed, the day after, he greenlit the Israelis to go in hard. And now he likes what they've done. They've been effective with this air campaign. And now is the choice. Is he going to use these bunker busters to get the United States involved offensively in the campaign? So far, he's been very deliberate, and he's keeping all options on the table. And so far, so good. We hope he makes the right call.
Emily, how do you reconcile the differences of opinion in the MAGA movement? You have, I mean, I'm grappling with it. I was, part of the charm for me was that we weren't going to deal with foreign wars, but at the same time, I understand the threat. I don't know where to, and I don't want my opinion assigned to me from a John Bolton, or whoever.
To that point, I think we elected a certain individual to represent all of our interests. And we know that his primary or final objective is peace through strength and to have no eternal wars. And so it would be that candidate, i.e. the commander-in-chief, President Trump, that would hold our faith that we know come hell or high water, he's going to get to that endpoint. But I agree with you, and that's why we see that kaleidoscope of opinions that people have, right? Intervention, how much is that, right? There's different definitions, essentially, of intervention. Some consider even the use of one B-22, that is indeed intervening, that is potentially risking blood and treasure. And there are others that say, no, this is exactly, sort of a minimal step, and anything short of intense investment is less than what we're talking about here. But I think your question of what's next and asking that question, that's the right question. Because the reality is we inherited, what we learned from this prior administration is that inaction furthers the interests of our enemies. Iran has been emboldened and equipped and was incentivized to terrorize Israel and also American interests over and over and over again. So we inherit that situation. And Michael Oren said this, the Israeli former ambassador to the U.S., that with this scenario, President Trump has the opportunity to become the greatest peacemaker of the century because everyone else just tried to curb the nuclear threat. But here we're trying to potentially totally eradicate it. And then what if the result is actually the annihilation, the failure of the Islamic regime? And then we ask, what's next? Well, what would be the positive? Look, not irrespective of the big Charlie Foxtrot that could be, an enemy whose identity is based on the death and destruction of America, the great Satan, and Israel, extinguished. Sovereignty of the countries around it and the demilitarization potentially of Yemen and Gaza, expanding the Abraham Accords. The impact on our security and our global economy is truly direct. So for me, I think the other alternative is waiting around for them to blackmail us, for Iran to say, oh, guess what? Oh, you're not going to do this? Here's a nuke. So I think the only option for peace is some type of intervention. And I trust our commander-in-chief to represent that well.
So reports are coming out that Trump may address the nation tonight at some point. These are just reports and rumors. These are not 100% confirmed yet based on everything that's going on. I mean, it would make sense, but I don't know. Cannot confirm yet. These are just rumors.
So, Jessica, this is a situation where you find yourself on the same side as President Trump. And both of you have an affinity towards Israel, correct?
Definitely.
So
yeah.
What is your take on what he's doing and what America should do and what's next?
So my take on what he's doing is that he's doing what Bibi wants to do. So he had made it clear over and over that he wanted a diplomatic path. And yes, it was day 61 and he had said you have 60 days, but he had been planning to have his team meet just 2 days later on the Sunday to try to go through the 6th round of talks. And he wanted a new nuke deal, even though the parameters of it were basically just the old deal that he had ripped up. So Bibi decided this is my chance, and Trump had no choice but to go along with it. And the New York Times is reporting today, just to make everyone at the table feel a little bit more powerful, that not only was it that this is what Israel decided to do, but that Donald Trump liked Fox's coverage of the Operation Rising Lion. And everyone was talking about what genius it was, because it was a genius operation on the part of the Israelis, and that he wanted to be able to claim some credit for himself of that. And, America first, I get it, Trump doctrines. He's not someone that deals in a ton of specificity. It can vary. True. It really is. Look at his word choices.
You've been in the Situation Room with him?
I can read. I can see his post. Okay, so the one
he took out Soleimani. He took out al-Baghdadi.
Haley, I heard you, and I heard that he was Winston Churchill. But if he's saying on Truth Social
what
today,
was Joe Biden? Did that work? Did that work? The beach chair foreign policy?
Just let me finish. It's not that bad. It's just 2 minutes. I'll be done. A minute and a half now. Probably just a minute. Jessica,
You're down to a
jump
minute
in.
15.
Okay. So he's a minute. Okay. He's posting using we. That's the pronoun that he's using for this. So he's saying, we know where you are and we're deciding not to kill you. We're in control of the Iranian skies. We has the implication that we are now in this fight with them, that it has happened already, whether or not we give them the B-2 bombers and take out the nuclear site that's built into the mountain, Fordo, I think it's called. What's also interesting about what's going on is that it appears that Tulsi Gabbard has been iced out. So Peter Doocy was reporting earlier that there was a meeting last week at Camp David, all the intel chiefs, Tulsi not invited. And Donald Trump yesterday, when he was speaking on Air Force One, someone said, you know, Tulsi testified just back in March that Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon. And he goes, I don't care what she said. And I have a lot of disagreements with Tulsi and her policy, but she is a very clear war dove, right? That was part of the reason that she liked Donald Trump. Why didn't he invite her? She's a DNI.
No, what I'm saying is Trump's response was to the reporter, meaning I don't care. But it was about the question, not necessarily about
then why didn't she get to go to Camp David?
You're talking about gossip, Jessica. We're talking about war and peace, death and destruction, and you're talking about gossip.
Peter Doocy.
Okay, no, I'm not. We asked you, or he asked you, what you thought of this situation, and it's all gossip and it doesn't matter, all that stuff.
It's harder to defend.
What do you think we should do about Iran? What do you think the commander-in-chief has done so far? What do you think about our allies, the balance of power in the Middle East? You don't have anything to say. You're just It sounds like Us Weekly.
It's harder to defend two global wars in Jessica's defense.
Holy Christ, it's getting heated on the 5. Brutal.
Losing of a country to the Taliban.
Kayleigh,
that's much harder to defend.
Totally capable of defending myself, and I did express what I thought about it. I think that Bibi is in charge of what's going on.
And do you think that's good or bad, Jessica?
Listen, I think it is a lot easier to say that Iran deserves to lose its nuclear program and to be wiped out than what's going on the Gaza side, and he has a lot more support for that, including from the Republican base. There's interesting polling that the GOP senators are using, which show actually that the MAGA base is supportive. Oh, Kayleigh's nodding, so now we're
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Let's
very highly.
All right, there you have it. There you have it. We got the skyline of Tel Aviv, Jerusalem right now. Take a look.
And let me just say a couple quick thank yous here. Thanks so much to Scott Wilkes. Thanks for your support, Scott Wilkes. And also Kieran Morgan. Thank you, Kieran. And Constance Lurk. No, Constance Lurk. Constance Lurk. I really appreciate that, Constance. Thanks for your note as well. Also, a couple more shout outs real quick here. Sorry, I'm behind on thanking people. It's been busy with a lot of news. Freedom News Scooter. Rut Row Media. Logan Misiak, Mitchell Pilot, Dixie Normus. Oh no, I'm usually good about not saying these naughty names. I'm usually good about it. I did it. They got me. They got me. I've been pretty good though. You know, it's when I'm not thinking. I was so worried about getting through it so I could get back to the news updates. I wasn't concentrating. Okay. Mitchell Pilot, thank you. Drubis. Thank you, Drubis. Mark XR. Martin Gingrich. Ryan M.
Okay, so I got an update on the Trump addressing the nation rumor. The White House has called a full lid for tonight, meaning the president is not expected to be seen on camera. So any reports of Trump addressing the nation regarding the Iran-Israel stuff is not true. Any rumors regarding Trump addressing the nation is fake news. All right, back to the skyline.
Nicholas Brown, Jules B., Portex.
All right, we got an update from Fox News. Hopefully I jumped in at the right time here. It's not almost done.
They are our enemy, and they are our problem, too.
Well, they're certainly not our friend. I mean, I think that's pretty clear, Brian, and all the numbers, the stats the data you've just put out there. And I would say I don't think it's so much about us getting involved in the Mideast. I think this is about the President of the United States saying that we're going to secure this country. We're going to stand by our ally. Iran has an opportunity here to do the right thing, to give up their nuclear program peacefully. That's what the President has pushed for. If they don't do that, I mean, I think what the President said is, listen, you're not getting a nuke. I mean, that's just the end of the story. You're not getting a nuke. We can't allow that. We're not going to have it. So it's Iran's call.
Senator, real quick on Medicaid, are you pleased with the way the Senate is handling negotiations on the big, beautiful bill when it comes to Medicaid?
Okay, we're just interested in the Iran-Israel stuff, but yeah, that's going on as well.
Bound in. (2016), which is the U.S. should not be in endless wars in the Middle East.
All right, so I'm sure Donald Trump appreciated that reminder. For more on this, let's bring in Fox News contributor Hugh Hewitt. All right, first off, Hugh, before I get to what Democrats and Tom Massey are saying, do you think the president has decided already to strike Iran?
I hope so. I think all the signals indicate that his last meeting in the Situation Room was a confirming meeting that he will join Israel in striking at least Fordo, as well as any other parts of the nuclear program in Iran that cannot be reached by Israeli munitions. I believe the B-2s can get there. We also have sent the nuclear sniffing aircraft over there in the event that there's any release of radioactive material from Fordo after it's bombed. I hope he does. I think it will secure his place in history as a peacemaker, because after the nuclear program is dismantled, and he has said for 10 years they may not have a nuke. He said it last night. He said it 10 years ago when he came down the escalator. He's been consistent. They may not have a nuke. After it's destroyed, he'll go into the history books as a great peacemaker.
So what role should Congress play in this?
None. I'm very disappointed to see my senator, Tim Kaine, I'm a Virginian, demonstrate constitutional illiteracy about the document that James Madison drafted, which vested all commander-in-chief power in the President of the United States. I'm aware of the War Powers Resolution Act. It's unconstitutional in my view. In any event, it's been honored in the breach by people like President Obama, President Biden, who have both committed forces and withdrawn forces without congressional approval. There's usually a little bit of a dance that a president does and send them a notice that they've done something, but it's simply ridiculous. The president is the commander-in-chief. If he orders the B-2s to fly from Diego Garcia or wherever to strike Fordo, it's within his complete authority to do so. And Mr. Massey is not a Republican. He's an irritant, and he should not be held up as representing anyone in the Republican Party. I doubt you'll find one Republican other than him who denies the president's power to do this if he chooses to do so.
Some on the left are still going out of their way to diminish the president. I know it doesn't bother him at this point, but as you know, he left the G7 one day early. It prompted this show that very few people watch to talk about it.
He was put in his place, and he was one among many equals.
Yes.
and he doesn't like that. This childish behavior from a sitting president who can't stay in the room long enough to actually make the case, whatever that case is, but rather is peeved because he's not the center of attention.
Or there might be a crisis in the Middle East and he wanted to go back to the White House after already talking economics with the
He's peeved because he wasn't the center of attention. Oh my goodness, you should have heard all the flattery coming from Mark Carney. I just very, very out of touch that reporter was. Or whatever that station was. Fucking American. Crazy.
Constituents, and he left his Secretary of Treasury behind.
Brian, I did my 4 years missionary work at MSNBC. I don't like to rag on my old colleagues. I noticed Chris Coons didn't say anything.
Nothing.
Because he knows that's a ridiculous argument. And Michael, go take a walk, get a drink of water or something, because the president is leaving in the middle of an international crisis that requires his leadership with all of his aides in the room, away from the other people who've got round heels, especially in the G7. So I just think it's silly. It's like the No Kings rally. They've lost their minds.
You're a radio guy, so you understand what 20 seconds mean. But just real quick, what is your message to the MAGA right that doesn't agree with where the president's heading on this, the stronger language, and that the fact he is playing at the very least a defensive role?
Yeah, President Trump brought us here. Stay in line. Trust him. He got us to this point.
Got it. You gave me 5 seconds to play with, and I'm not going to waste it. Thanks so much, you, and I appreciate it. So glad you're on our team. Coming up, another Alex Padilla-like stunt without Alex Padilla this time.
Out of touch Democrats, insane people, I tell you. All right, guys. Back over the skylines of Israel.
Hold on a second here. Just checking for different updates here. Yeah, again, somebody just mentioned the White House lid. The White House lid tells the press that the president isn't supposed to make any appearances the remainder of the day, but he could change his mind. I'm looking at a report from Wei Zhejiang from 2023. She's with CBS News, and she says there have been rare occasions when they lift the lid if the president changes his mind about making remarks or attending an event. So there's nothing hard and fast about there being a lid. Also, President Trump could post something on his Truth Social about what he's doing, or post a video on Truth Social. So I'm not reading too much into there being a lid, which would normally mean the president isn't going to appear publicly at night. That could change. Give me a moment here. Will we hear something tonight from President Trump? Our viewer Stay in Shadows mentioned to me the Israeli Air Force just posted saying the Air Force has now begun a wave of attacks in the Tehran area. Maybe they're going to attack the area that they issued an evacuation warning for, but that was just posted right now from the Israeli Air Force. They just announced it. Also, there's a drone alert. That happens pretty frequently. There's a drone alert going on by the Dead Sea in eastern central Israel. You can see it right there. Maybe is that considered southern Israel? Right there on the SOFAR, TZOFAR alert map. Again, this has been a pretty regular occurrence.
We got a couple unrecognized aircraft over a couple regions of Israel. I also pulled up a bunch of cameras of Tehran, the capital of Iran. I'm looking at a light in the sky or something reflecting on the lens. I can't tell, though. I have to keep an eye on that. I'm circling it right there. But other than that, oh, maybe we got a light in the sky here as well. Can't 100% confirm.
Out of our country.
again, to repeat, I think maybe they do this after Israel issues an evacuation. Remember, Israel issued an evacuation reporter for part of Tehran, right? Right? They did that like an hour ago. So then Iranian TV, like an hour later, says the Iranian armed forces issue their own evacuation warning for Tel Aviv's Never Tzedek area. Oh, it says in response to okay, the report from Al Mayadeen, which is an Arabic language news channel, they say Iranian TV says Iranian armed forces issue this evacuation warning for part of Tel Aviv in response to Israel's evacuation warning for Tehran's 18th district. So there you go. I don't know if this is anything. I don't know what this means. The Department of Defense just posted, the president recently ordered a change to the Unified Command Plan. This change shifts Greenland from the U.S. European Command Area of Responsibility to the U.S. Northern Command of Responsibility. Consistent with the President's intent and the interim National Defense Strategic Guidance, this change will strengthen the Joint Forces' ability to defend the U.S. homeland, contributing to a more robust defense of the Western Hemisphere and deepening relationships with Arctic allies and partners. As required by Congress, the Department of Defense reviews the UCP every 2 years as needed to ensure that each combatant command is properly structured and has the right resources to carry out its assigned missions and protect U.S. interests around the world. I don't know what it says. Greenland, is it meaningful in terms of that or not? I have no idea. I just reposted it, and I said I have no idea if it's something or nothing. It's interesting timing.
Politico is calling the conflict Trump's moment of truth. Quote, it's hard to overstate the significance of this moment. American involvement in this war could end Iran's nuclear ambitions and even topple its autocratic government, reshaping the Middle East for decades to come. The New York Times with this headline, Trump's Iran choice, last chance diplomacy or a bunker-busting bomb. KT McFarland, former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Trump, is here. And I know you have had many of your children, grown children, serving in the military, and you have a lot of experience at these points in time when presidents are making these types of decisions. What stands out to you, the president in with his advisors today?
Look, I've been in the Situation Room with President Trump where he's had to make decisions like this. He is really good. This is his finest moment. He's cool. He gathers intelligence. He doesn't get the yips. He finds out from his military leaders, his diplomatic leaders, his intelligence leaders, what are his options, and then he probably thinks of 2 or 3 other options that nobody else has thought of. So what am I looking for right now? President Trump has said it pretty well. Iran's not going to get a nuclear weapon. And then he said, well, let's wait and see. President Trump, I don't think he needs to make the decision right now of whether to attack Fordo, whether not to attack Fordo. Who knows what the Israelis have? We know that the Israelis have commandos on the ground in Iran. Maybe there are other ways to destroy that nuclear weapons site other than bunker-busting bombs that American military drop.
Yeah, and I see you focusing on that because that Fordo is exactly what people are saying. If you don't take that out, you don't take away that pause in future capability. I want to get to this. Because sometimes our assets can be enough for an enemy to see, and they are on the move. The USS Nimitz, which is the oldest active U.S. aircraft carrier, deployed from the South China Sea yesterday, headed toward the Middle East.
Absolutely crazy. They have deployed aircraft carriers. Now, this happened yesterday, I believe. And they will be most likely in the Middle Eastern waters, whatever sea that is there, very soon. Very, very soon. Got footage here. Just pull up the still images. Footage of something here burning in, I don't know, Israel or Tehran, one of the two. And we also have this update here.
It kind of seems like it was made to look like the Israeli evacuation order. It's kind of how Israel does it. But they say it's for part of Tel Aviv. This comes like an hour after Israel told part of Tehran to evacuate. But I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to post another link to another video, supposedly, of this explosion, this big fire.
Yeah, Brian, good evening. Tonight, the Israelis are continuing their airstrikes against targets throughout Iran as the region waits to see if the United States will get more directly involved in this war. You saw earlier those ballistic missiles that have come after Israeli cities over and over since Friday. And Israeli air defense systems have been quite successful in shooting down the recent barrages. There are no reports of injuries or fatalities. But over the weekend, it was a different story. And that's the concern that this will go on for a number of days. Israeli officials still warning people to stay close to shelters tonight in anticipation for further Iranian attacks. Brian?
I'm sure you heard the warning from Iran. They said if we decide to get in and help aggressively, offensively with Israel, they will target our bases, according to 2 Iranian officials, and will begin with Iraq.
Yeah, absolutely. And you remember last week, President Trump ordered the partial evacuation of the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, a voluntary evacuation order for other U.S. missions in the region. There's real concern that Iran could ramp up strikes against American interests in the region.
Right. And we do have reports that Iran has reached out to reignite talks with the U.S. Trey, stay safe. I appreciate it. Meanwhile, if America does get involved, what would it take to destroy Iran's underground nuclear facilities? I mean, they're literally dug into mountains. For example, the Fordo fuel enrichment plant, which is reported to be 300 feet underground to be capable of producing a nuclear warhead in as little as 2 to 3 days. That, according to the Institute for Science and International Security. So here to break it down, what it would look like and what we need is Brent Sadler, Heritage Foundation Senior Fellow, former Navy captain, Pentagon official. Brent, do we have what it takes to blow up what they have?
Absolutely. We have the capability to go after it. Of course, there's going to be some risk on getting there and then assuring that you got everything inside that underground facility destroyed.
What would it take? For example, we hear the mother of all bombs, we hear bunker busters that we've dropped before. But is it your belief that we need B-2 or B-52s to drop that? And where would they be located?
Yeah, I think you're talking about the GBU-57, which is the most advanced bomb that's developed to go after these kind of facilities. That actually is designed for the B-2. The B-52 was used in testing. It could perhaps be retrofitted, maybe some Rube Goldberg kind of engineering to make it possible to go off the back end of a C-130, which is what was used to employ a mother of all bombs in southern Afghanistan during Trump's first term.
How many would we need to destroy it as you know it, as Ferdo has been described to you?
Well, certainly, even with the GBU-57, I think you're looking at several. One to kind of burrow down and open a pathway, then another one to get even further to the most deeply buried parts of this facility, and also not being completely familiar with the bedrock and the structure. If it's a very strong one, you're probably going to have to use a couple more. So probably 4 of these or more to really do the job.
Is it feasible that we could train Israeli pilots to do this and keep it their own operation? Because they're using our stuff already.
It's feasible. I mean, things like this have been done in the past in military history. The Israelis do operate C-130s, and if this can be engineered such that the GBU-57 could be dropped out the back end of C-130, which has the lift capacity, maybe the range also to reach it, it's in the realm of possible.
Is it possible to script a ground operation? Because the Israelis have surprised us time and time again with the way they were poised to hit Iran, from the beepers to the walkie-talkie follow-up. Do you think there might be a ground operation scripted?
It's possible. It comes with a lot of risk because how far inside Iran this is. The Israelis have done this before in Syria. They've done it with other facilities around the world where they've had to go in and destroy a threat. This, however, is a completely different and a whole nother kind of category. So possible, yes. Risky, and given the chaos in Iran, there may be some thought given to it. But the best is if the Iranians capitulate and access is immediately assured for the Israelis to put boots on the ground, verify what's in there, and then destroy everything that they see at this site.
I'm Rick Leventhal, and this is the Leventhal Report. The conflict between Israel and Iran has been raging for 6 days now and could go on much longer if reports out of Israel are true about endless Iranian targets still on the horizon. And there are numerous signs President Trump might be considering a much bigger role in the fight, including potentially assisting the Israelis by using our bunker buster bombs to help demolish Iran's nuclear enrichment program. Iran buried its most sensitive sites deep underground, including one at Fordo, inside a mountain about 100 miles south of Tehran, where the Israelis believe uranium is being enriched with the purpose of arming nuclear weapons. And one of the only ways to render the Fordo facility useless is with the bunker busters, one of the largest non-nuke weapons on the planet, a precision-guided massive ordnance penetrator weighing 30,000 pounds each at a cost of $20 million each, used by the United States Air Force for its ability to burrow deep into the ground, including punching through several feet of concrete before detonating with devastating results. It would be incredibly difficult, if not impossible, for the Israelis to destroy the Fordo site without help, which may be why several of the weapons are on their way to the region, along with the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier strike group and refueling tankers and stealth bombers and other incredibly powerful American military weaponry and assets. Israel's efforts to take out Iran's nuclear capabilities are impressive, but could be for naught if they can't finish the job. And that would be where America steps in and does a favor, if not just for our friends and allies in Israel, but for every other nation in the Middle East and on this planet. A nuclear-armed Iranian regime would be bad for everyone. Ensuring, excuse me, I'm having technical difficulties here. Let's take a look at what's happening in Israel right now.
All right, that's not happening right now. That happened hours ago. He just randomly started having technical difficulties on air. Let's see what they had to say a few hours ago.
What we're watching is this latest attack, the latest 2 waves of attacks contain likely upwards of 20 ballistic missiles together in both waves. We're waiting for official hard count from the IDF. That's why I've got my eyes on the phones as some of this is coming across for us. No casualties reported. We're getting some reports of damage that are taking place potentially as a result of falling debris. We're seeing fires and some destroyed cars. So that could be not necessarily a direct hit, but also a result of the actual bits of missile and interceptor parts falling down here over the landscape of central Israel. That was another heavy wave, though, here levied on.
All right, we got some breaking news right now. U.S. to shut embassy in Jerusalem from Wednesday through Friday. So they are closing down the embassy, the United States Embassy in Jerusalem, Wednesday through Friday. Just came out about an hour ago.
One of the viewers said he certainly changed his mind last night when he decided to leave G7. True. True. I'll eventually let you know. I'm not seeing it anywhere. I think it's just made up. But I'll make sure. I will say Trump just posted on True Social about the flags on the flagpoles at the White House. He just posted on True Social about the flagpoles at the White House. Here is his new post on Truth Social. It says, it is 1 minute old. It says, "It is my great honor to announce I will be putting up 2 beautiful flagpoles on both sides of the White House, north and south lawns. It is a gift from me of something which was always missing from this magnificent place. The digging and placement of the poles will begin at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Flags will be raised at approximately 11 a.m. Eastern Time. These are the most magnificent poles made. They are tall." Has he been hacked? This is really his account.
We have the capability to render that particular site ineffective. It's obviously underneath a mountain, and I think the engineers are contributing to how you do that, but it likely has to collapse down on itself. So I think it's achievable, but it's a formidable target.
That's General Jack Keane with us last hour talking about the challenge posed by Iran's Fordow nuclear plant, which so far has not been touched in this war, we believe, based on the reporting there. It's believed to be located about 300 feet beneath a mountain. It could potentially be taken out by an American bomb known as a bunker buster. Meanwhile, at the White House, we expect the president to meet with his national security team at any time now. He came back from the G7 in Canada a day early for that meeting in person. Dan Hoffman's with me now. And Dan, good morning to you. Take us through the thought process before you start blowing up mountains in Iran. Take us through the thought process on behalf of the Israelis/United States on this first, and then we'll get to the Iranian question.
Yeah, Bill, I can tell you from my decades-long career at CIA, we don't do policy at the CIA. We recruit spies and steal secrets, but I was a backbencher many times during policy deliberations of this sort. And what I expect the president will be hearing from his advisors are, what are the options to get to the end state that we want? And remember why the Trump administration withdrew from the JCPOA in the first Trump administration. It was because of the nuclear program, the sunset clauses, because JCPOA did not deal with Iran's ballistic missile program, as well as Iran's proxy terrorist network. And so right now we've got a better opportunity than we've ever had before to deal with those 3 challenges for our national security. It doesn't mean we have to blow up Fordow, but it does mean that Iran is going to have to, in the words of their supreme leader, drink from the poison chalice and agree to a serious round of negotiations where we get to the end state that we want. Intelligence collection is going to be key on Iran's plans and intentions, their military, their intelligence, and their clerics. I imagine that we're on a full court press to provide the president with what he needs.
Well, let's talk about the Iranian side here on the ballistic missiles. It's essentially because they have no air power to take down, to control the skies. Ballistic missiles are about the only thing they have to threaten Iran today. Benjamin Netanyahu said the other day, if you do not halt their missile program, they could build 3,600 a year. Well, we believe when the war started 5 days ago that they had 3,000. I thought of those 3,000, about 1,000 had the ability to travel the 1,500 kilometers or 900 miles from Tehran to Tel Aviv. And if the Iranians have already fired 400 of those missiles, they have a calculation to make, Dan, because that country right now is cornered and will be even more so very soon.
Yeah, and as you noted, Israel owns the skies. Remember, a year ago, April, Israel destroyed Iran's air defenses. Israel's got covert operatives on the ground. They've been lethally targeting Iran's military, senior military leaders, and their nuclear scientists. Israel owns the battle space. And Iran's regime security right now is more tenuous than it's ever been since going back to its war against Iraq in the 1980s. And so the question is whether we are going to strike a deal now, as President Trump would like to do now. Maybe Iran won't want to make a deal. And maybe they'll rush for a nuclear weapon now, in which case we may not have any other choice than to pursue a military option. But I would expect this president to pursue every and all available means to negotiate a way out of this, if indeed there is an opportunity to do so.
All right, there was a report, I don't know if it's the case, but there was a report that the Iranian leadership, those who are still in power and alive, said don't communicate by our regular communications anymore. The suggestion there I took away is that the Iranians have infiltrated that entire country. And just the thought on what they've been able to execute here, literally, when you've got a brand new leader of the army get taken out within a matter of days after he was elevated to that job.
Listen, the key thing in wartime is to find, fix, and finish your targets, and that depends on intelligence. Israel's got Iran wired, and they're able to collect on everyone's location, just like they did with Hezbollah and the pager operation, Bill.
And we are seeing it play out time and time again as they have pretty much zeroed a lot of their leaders across the board. Not a lot of them alive after these attacks.
Now, is this true? Hold on. There is well, I don't know about that. What is this? Let's see. Mitchell Pilot thinks it was a troll post. Thank you, Bass 300, Mitchell Pilot, Matthew Munch. I'll say Matthew Munch. Munch on hay. Susan Ryan Nearson. Hold on. Now I can't even see what people are posting. Esther F. Lisa Sutz, who says 2 flagpoles means 2 bunker busters. Nightshade FM, Dr. Fatbird, Ray Becker. Thank you. Losty, who says, I'd expect nothing less from DJT. Esther F. Nightshade FM, Muted Growl, thank you. Wicked Fair, Actually Dan. Polish Taxi, Shelley. Shelley thinks we will not hear anything until after something significant happens. Susan Reinierson, thank you. Losty, thank you. Roseanne Baumgartner. W. Liu. Tundi Ashafa. Anthony Mastrandrea. James Gentry. Matuz Bienik. Who thinks maybe there's a fire at a refinery because I saw firms data. I haven't seen anything about that. I'll see if any. I'm guessing if that's happening, one of the people I follow will report it. James, I'll keep an eye out. Thank you. Not James, Matuz. Thank you, Matuz. Or maybe what you're saying, Matuz, is that on the firm's data you can see that big fire. I would not be surprised about that. There's that big fire being reported in the Tehran area tonight, so you might be saying that you can see it on the firm's cam. Maddie Do Drizzle, thank you. Jean-Paul Lachance, thank you for the membership, Jean-Paul. Swag, thank you. Actually, Dan. And Trace. And Bog Yoki. And Waltham. I don't know that I'll be covering the pole installation. Marcia Rhodes. Penn's Rule. DVNN. And Northwatch. Trace, there are some unconfirmed reports that that missile production facility has been attacked in Iran tonight by Israel, but I'm in Tehran area, but I'm not sure. Thanks to Belek on Twitch and Fun Size Smurf and Devil's Ghost. And J Drabble, thank you. Oh, I'll tell you the thing that I'm convinced is not true. It was just weird. It was a weird report. I saw a couple accounts that, again, I truly believe this is false. I've seen no evidence this is true. But the thing I saw a couple accounts start posting, I think they were probably repeating each other. But it actually was an interesting idea. That's why I stopped and looked at it. And I said, is that true? Because it seemed like the kind of thing that could happen. The claim they were making, and they were specific about their sourcing, but I've checked the source and I don't see it. The claim that these accounts were making was that Trump had given 24 more hours to Iran. Which when I heard it, I was like, that sounds, if he posted right now and said, I'm giving Iran 24 hours, that would be, to me, a very Trump thing to do. He has not posted such a thing. I have seen no news that he did. But when I heard that, I was like, I could see him doing that. So, anyways. That's what I heard. But again, I have no evidence that it's true. No, the idea, if he did it with that, he would give them some deadline to be like, you know, you have to give up all your nuclear program or something. Zinkman says that sounds like him. Yeah, that's why when I saw it, I was like, oh, is there any chance this is true? And I ran to his True Social, but all I saw was the flagpoles post. Joseph Eaker says it wouldn't surprise me. Watch, in like an hour he'll post it. Thank you, by the way, Shaf and Copper Films and Muzik Tijid. And Actually Dan. And Suhadi Gonzalez. And Why Is My Name Here? Thanks for the memberships. Actually Dan says the flag noise is going to have the president working in the basement during the day. It'll be too noisy with the flags. Well, it is 3:36 Israel time. It is now 8:36 U.S. time. I actually thought we'd hear from him by now, President Trump, about what's going on with.
I thought we would have heard or seen something by this point as well. It has been pretty relaxed over the past few hours, or as relaxed as it can be. The first hour of this stream was really when everything was kicking off. We're currently looking over Iran's capital, Tehran.
Lid. When did that become the big thing to talk about, the lid? A lid has nothing to do with him on Truth Social. Hugo Lowell, who is with The Guardian, he covers the White House, he says, Trump will be doing flag polls at the White House tomorrow morning, according to his post. Unclear whether this suggests possible U.S. action in Iran is not imminent. Someone else just posted this 20. They're all repeating each other. There's no good source for this. Wait, hold on a second. Why are people seeing this thing? Yeah, again, I have seen, I don't even want to keep talking about that again, but I see no evidence anywhere that Trump has given 24 hours to Iran. Now, it could come out that that's happening, but I see no evidence that that's actually been reported. We're going to keep the stream going in a few minutes. If there's not a big development, I may start baking my food in a few minutes. But the stream's going to keep going.
Yeah, there really hasn't been too much going on right now. We did have some crazy scenes from earlier, for sure. Also have a skyline right now over all of Israel.
I've been checking for updates in a lot of different places. I'm not seeing anything new. Army vet says all quiet means something is happening. Big Bank says you would have seen him boarding Air Force One. Thank you to A-Face and Losty for your support. J.K. Lloyd, Alicia Alexander.
Okay, so this was about 2.5, 3 hours ago. This was the big barrage that everybody's going on about from today.
The Israeli military says missiles launched from Iran towards Israel.
This is a replay. This is a replay, not going on right now. This happened 2.5, 3 hours ago.
Are raining down right now. Trey Yingst is standing by in Tel Aviv. Trey.
Yeah, Jesse, you can hear behind me there are sirens sounding as ballistic missiles are fired at this city. Air defense systems are currently active over Tel Aviv with hundreds of thousands of people into bomb shelters at this moment. Unhook. Get off. All right, we got it. We're going to move. Okay. Stay with us. Stay with us. Stay with us. Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. Give me 1 second, Jesse. I'm with you. I got to fix my IFB. One second, Jesse. We're going to give you a quick update. I'm with you. Jesse, I got you back.
There's a shelter-in-place order right now. We hear the sirens. Trey, are you with me?
Yeah, Jesse, I'm with you. We got disconnected for a moment from our IFB there. You could see a lot of those missiles coming off as they were trying to intercept some of that incoming fire. We saw the first one go out to the sea, and because they could track where it was going, they let it get intercepted out at sea. This is an indication that the Iranians still, as the Americans are deciding whether or not they want to get involved in this war, are firing on major population centers. Again, we have to make the decisions very quickly to move. That's part of what you just saw there. We'll stay as long as we can, and you can hear there's a massive explosion overhead. And once we have another minute, we're going to go out and see if anything was hit. But you could just hear that explosion there, Jesse, and that's why we get off the balcony as the fire starts to get heavier. But again, this has been going on for the past 4 days as the Iranians respond to these strikes that are taking place across their territory. And despite the fact that the Israelis told us earlier today that they were able to take out around 40% of the missile launchers, we understand that they have not been able to take out all of them. And so we expect to see more of this type of fire in the days ahead.
So once again, that was 2.5, 3 hours ago. Right now, everything is pretty quiet, all quiet on both fronts right now. And we're kind of just waiting for any sort of update, any sort of information from Trump or literally anybody at this point.
Oh, I can probably find this out myself. I can just look it up. It is 4:18 a.m. in Iran right now. I found an article online that said the Doomsday planes do not fly all the time, but they're constantly on alert and ready to deploy. It's an aircraft which is used as an airborne command post in an event of nuclear war, disaster, or other large-scale conflict. Maybe what I should do is put in my food now. What do you think about that idea? Maybe put in my food now? How does that... Then something will probably happen when I put in my food. Hey, thanks Chitty XX and Anonymous Gifter and Fun Size Smurf.
Europe.
Live now from Fox, I'm Andrew Kraft, and our continuing coverage of the conflict breaking out between Iran and Israel over the last now almost 6 nights, and the strikes and counterstrikes are ongoing. As we speak, this as President Trump is really ratcheting up the rhetoric against the remaining key Iranian leaders, including the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Fox News' Rebecca Castor has more on that.
Well before sunrise, President Trump returned to Washington to be in place as commander-in-chief as Israel and Iran launch a new round of attacks.
He has some evaluations and decisions to make. We know he does not want a wider war. The number one goal here is to contain Iran.
Israel and Iran are on their 5th day of fighting, and Israeli officials believe their strikes have significantly set back Iran's nuclear program.
We've taken out their main enrichment facility at Natanz. We've taken out their conversion facility in Isfahan. We're on the road to victory, and we're deeply grateful for President Trump's support of what we are doing.
Right now, the U.S. is not involved offensively in the conflict, but the Pentagon says U.S. forces are standing by.
Our job is to be strong. We are postured defensively in the region to be strong in pursuit of a peace deal.
Meanwhile, Iranians are fleeing to neighboring countries after Trump warned on social media that civilians should evacuate Tehran immediately. The president says he's not interested in a ceasefire and has his sights set on something bigger.
And then a real end, not a ceasefire. And then
for American troops to get involved, President Trump would need approval from Congress, but even Republicans are split on U.S. intervention. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thanks so much. So we do still have our live vantage point there over the skies of Tel Aviv at the moment. It's about 2:35 a.m. on a very early Wednesday morning. So this is the latest, just as of the last several hours, that President Trump and Bibi Netanyahu, they got on the phone and they spoke. Israel is hitting Tehran right now, some of these very dense population centers. The U.S. has closed the embassy in Jerusalem until Friday. The Supreme Leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, says that, quote unquote, the battle has begun. Also, we're getting a lot of anticipation for some type of decision from the Trump administration, the president himself, about whether or not there's going to be a U.S. attack on some of these remaining nuclear sites, including the Fordo site, which is kind of the crown jewel of the nuclear enrichment program Iran has had for some time. So that all just in the last day. In the meantime, though, there's still so much more to get to on this topic. We've been relying so heavily on our friends at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, including Joe Truzman. He joins me. Joe, thanks for being with us here. So I just went through a list of what has just transpired over the last, several hours here. What are you hearing right now? That is the big question. The White House called a lid at 6:30. We were anticipating at least some type of acknowledgement or statement or decision from at least President Trump or the Trump White House about what was the conclusion after he convened his meeting of national security advisors in the Situation Room today. Haven't gotten that yet. What are you hearing? What is the United States' involvement in this going to be by the end of the night, do you think?
Right. Always a pleasure to be on. And yes, as you're saying, I think there's a lot of excitement, especially in the last 24 hours or so, in the last hours actually today, especially about how the U.S.'s role in this conflict will change, specifically if they're going to be involved in attacking Iranian sites, specifically these nuclear sites. And the reason behind this, and I think it's important for the viewers to understand, is that some of these sites, especially the one that you mentioned just a few moments ago, the Fordo site, it is buried in a mountain, and it's buried in a mountain for a reason. It's there it needs to be protected against strikes, specifically by the Israelis. And I think the prevailing thought here is that the Israelis can only do so much to attack that site. There's a very good possibility that they're not able to, with the munitions that they have, that they currently have, that they can't get into Fordo and completely destroy it, or at least degrade it to the point where it cannot continue operating. However, the United States does have those weapons. It does have the munitions to do that. So I think this is why there's a lot of excitement, especially today in the last 24 hours or so, that the United States could enter this war, and specifically to take out these important nuclear sites.
So that was my next question. That has been somewhat of the conventional wisdom leading up to the very prospect of Israel striking Iran's nuclear facilities, that they could not do it alone, at least some of these more influential and massive sites like Fordo, and that they would need U.S. support. So what exactly is Israel asking of the United States right now? There was this phone call between Netanyahu and Trump. Is it intelligence? Is it targeting? Is it just manpower and munitions? Or is it kind of all of the above right now, do you think?
Right. I could say what I think. I can't base this exactly on, or I can't base it on a source or information that I already know. But I think it just goes back to what we were just talking about. Of course, there's some so they're likely asking for intelligence, but I think at the end of the day, it's about attacking specific sites. And again, it goes back to the Fordow site. I think the Israelis have demonstrated over the past, about 5 days now, that they're able to take out specific military sites. They're able to eliminate Iran's leadership as far as its military leadership, nuclear scientists as well, and other officials. They've also been able to take out a lot of the surface-to-surface launchers around Iran, and especially in Western Iran. So they've demonstrated this capability. However, again, it goes back to that to the nuclear sites, especially the Fordow site. I'm not sure they can do it without the United States. And if I were to suspect, or if I were to make an assessment, I think the Israelis would ask the United States for assistance, at least for this site.
Okay, so obviously there's so many unknowns right now, and I have to ask this. When all is said and done, did Israel anticipate when they were going to launch Operation Rising Lion that it would last multiple nights, multiple days, that Iran would counterattack and counterstrike over multiple days? Or did they bite off more than they can chew? How is it going for Israel right now? From what I have seen, the rapidity with which they have gone through Iran's top military leadership is truly astonishing. But just because all those high-ranking guys are gone, does that mean they give up their nuclear ambitions? It's not that simple, is it?
No, definitely not that simple. But I'd say this, the Israelis have been planning something like this for well over a decade, all right? So I think they understood before they launched this operation what can happen, how Iran will react. And so far, at least with my own assessment, I haven't seen anything that has really surprised me as far as what Iran has done. Now, what has surprised me is the method or the ability of the Israelis to seek out these sites, these military sites in Iran, and take them out. And of course, as you mentioned, the elimination of certain officials, especially military leaders and other officials. So it's very impressive. But to be quite honest with you, I don't think all of that means much unless the Israelis achieve their #1 goal. And that is to either severely degrade Iran's nuclear infrastructure or destroy it, or if they can compel the Iranians to change course, to change their thinking and give up their nuclear ambitions in a peaceful manner, in a political way, with a deal with President Trump. So that could be a win for the Israelis as well.
So, call me skeptical here. These rogue nuclear powers, they don't go quietly and softly into the night and just give up their nuclear ambitions. And after the Hamas attack on October 7th, we're now almost 2 full years into that war. Do you anticipate, or do some in Israel anticipate, that this could drag on that long?
I don't think it can drag on that long. Okay. At the beginning of this conflict, we started seeing reports this could last. The Israelis effectively messaged that could take 2 weeks to complete their objectives. And I think that's possible. Okay. Now, the Israelis, they can't hold on. They can't sustain ballistic missile attacks for weeks on.
Well, that was my question, Joe. If you're the Israeli body politic, were you prepared for this? For weeks on end of missile barrages from Iran? Did Bibi Netanyahu and the war cabinet, were they frank with the Israeli people saying this is what is going to happen right now? Because we've seen all of the scenes out of Haifa, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem. You have many Israelis living in bomb shelters right now as we speak. Did they know that that was coming?
Yeah, I think so. The prime minister, he telegraphed, he told the Israeli people this was going to be a difficult day. These were difficult days ahead. Now, to your point, the airport shut down. A lot of people are stuck in bomb shelters. They can't work. So again, the Israelis, they can't sustain this for weeks on end. And unfortunately, the Iranians understand this as well. So Israel is effectively battling against time here. So I think the 2-week time frame is legitimate. Now, if they can do it within that time frame, that's a different question. So it goes back to getting help from the Americans. So will Trump do it? Will Trump help Israel? I don't know. We'll just have to see.
Okay, so some of the language coming out of President Trump vis-a-vis Iran and the supreme leader, the Ayatollah here, I think is somewhat interesting just from kind of a presidential perspective. I was asking, my followers on Twitter, maybe you can help me answer these questions. Has a U.S. president ever called for the foreign residents of a foreign capital to evacuate en masse? I don't know the answer to that question. And then, has a U.S. president since 1979 ever essentially threatened the targeted assassination of the supreme leader, of the Ayatollah? Because, Joe, Trump is saying this. He said on Air Force One, he doesn't want a ceasefire. He just wants an end to this full stop. But he's also saying, you got to get back to the table, Iran. We got to get a nuclear deal on the table. So is there some cognitive dissonance going on there?
I think what the president is trying to do more than anything is signaling or messaging to Iran, especially its leader, Ali Khamenei, that, listen, we've been serious about this whole time, and you need to understand the amount of pressure that's on you, and that the Israelis and the United States are going to stop. All right. Yes, I understand that it's quite rare for a president to say the words that he did earlier today. So it's very interesting. But again, I think what President Trump's trying to do, of course, the Israelis as well, trying to put as much pressure on Iran's leadership to capitulate here, even if it's in words as well.
So there you have it. That was a pretty recent update. We're going to head back to the skylines of Israel here as I look for more info.
How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah,
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay,
it's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump?
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that...
We're carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting Israel.
High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay. Ted Cruz, just maybe shut up. They've just maybe shut up.
Months, the mullahs of Iran, they failed to do the same. As the president put it, quote, Iran should have signed the deal. I told them to sign. What a shame, a waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, unquote. That is the Trump doctrine, for those of you that don't understand. It is common sense. Big part of the Trump platform, he would say it over and over again. Our platform is that of common sense. The #1 state sponsor of terrorism that has threatened to wipe Israel and the United States off the map repeatedly and fired, either themselves or through their proxies, what are hundreds of thousands of rockets over the years at this small country. This is something the president has emphasized over and over again. He has done it over the years. Look at your screen and watch.
Believe me, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, that I can tell you. Most importantly, the United States and Israel can declare with one voice that Iran must never be allowed to possess a nuclear weapon. Never, ever. Reaffirm that Iran must never be allowed to obtain, under any circumstances, a nuclear weapon. In order to ensure the other big move, the Iranian regime never obtains nuclear weapons. A regime with this track record must never be allowed to possess a nuclear weapon. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Thank you very much.
Now, take a look at your screen. The president, look at this. He has been saying these exact words going back to 2011, steady, firm, and consistent. And tonight, the American people overwhelmingly agree the country's most accurate pollsters, that would be Trafalgar, Insider Advantage. They nailed the 2016, 2020, 2024 presidential elections. They posed the following question, and it is right to the heart of the issue here. What is your opinion of President Trump's position that Iran must be prevented from developing a nuclear weapon, adding, by any means necessary? Take a look at your screen. A whopping 75% of the American people agree with the president.
1,000 likely voters from June 15th to 16th. So let's just be real here. Okay? It's not the entire country, but it is out of 1,000 people. That's what the results came out as. Okay?
And according to a Harvard-Harris poll, 85% of voters say Iran should not be allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon. A majority of voters also want the president to take out Iran's nuclear program with a military operation. And another poll, well, from Insider Advantage, has the president's approval rating above water, 10 points above water,
once again, out of 1,000 likely voters.
Pacing past two-term presidents by far. Now, this brings us to a critical question at this hour. Israel has successfully now targeted 2 of the 3 most major Iranian nuclear facilities.
I'm going to leave that on screen for a second if anybody would like to screenshot that. That is a interesting little map they have right there.
The third location, the Fordow enrichment plant that Jennifer Griffin was talking about, is buried deep under a mountain. This is south of Tehran. This is believed to be the most significant and secretive nuclear facility inside of Iran. In order to prevent the mullahs from getting a nuclear weapon, this facility must be destroyed. Tonight, the way I see it, there are 3 options. 1, Israel could use a tactical nuclear weapon to wipe out the site. They don't have bunker buster bombs. That would obviously be not only highly controversial, but come with massive risks to the region. It is not a good option. Option number 2, Israel can send in a team of commandos on the ground, also very risky with a much lower chance of success. The third best option involves the United States of America, our military, which is equipped with these 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs capable of penetrating that mountain. Israel does not have this critical weapon in its arsenal, and they do not possess the large bombers that are capable of dropping an ordnance of that size. So now President Trump has a decision to make. Will he deliver the final blow to Iran's nuclear program? Will he rid the world of this clear and present danger and this existential threat?
I don't know. I guess only time will tell. We have heard literally nothing from him.
Donald Trump's ordering the Iranians to surrender unconditionally. Last night, he warned everybody to flee the capital, and now Tehran's a ghost town. Surgical strikes target Iranian nuclear scientists and military commanders have taken their toll. Windows have turned to powder, and the lobby of buildings are gone. Overnight, Israel continued to pummel missile and drone infrastructure in the western part of the country. Tel Aviv says they've destroyed over 120 Iranian missile launchers since Thursday. That's about 40% of their missile capacity. They also took out Iran's top general early this morning. He was
another high-ranking military official. Their new war chief already taken down.
Only at the job for 4 days after his old boss was executed. Israel's already slaughtered 11 senior Iranian generals, but the regime is retaliating tonight with a barrage of ballistic missile strikes against the Jewish state. Our very own Trey Yingst just had to duck for cover in Tel Aviv on the 5.
Air defense systems are currently active over Tel Aviv with hundreds of thousands of people into bomb shelters at this moment. Unhook. Get off. All right, we're going to move. Okay. Stay with us. Stay with us. Stay with us. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving, keep moving.
The IDF says 80 to 90% of Iran's missiles are being intercepted by the Iron Dome and by U.S. missile defense systems in the region. And they have something up their sleeve. Israel says the Beeper operation will seem simple compared to what it has in store next. The Israeli ambassador is promising a number of surprises when the dust settles within the next 24 hours. Netanyahu still isn't ruling out an assassination strike against the Ayatollah.
It's not going to escalate the conflict. It's going to end the conflict. We've had half a century of conflict spread by this regime that terrorizes everyone in the Middle East, has bombed the Aramco oil fields in Saudi Arabia, is spreading terrorism and subversion and sabotage everywhere. That's the forever war is what Iran wants, and they're bringing us to the brink of nuclear war.
Netanyahu says killing the Iranian leader will be the end of the conflict, but it could also be the beginning of the conflict, because the next Ayatollah could be even nastier. The White House is thinking right now is it's the Ayatollah you know versus the Ayatollah you don't know. That's not to say Trump couldn't decide to swoop in and do some gigantic action. Trump already rejected Israel's original plan for regime change, but he wants Khomeini to know that he's the one keeping him alive. Quote, "We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader's hiding. He's an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, kill, at least not for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin." Trump says the Iranians missed the opportunity of a lifetime.
I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. Their cities have been blown to pieces. They've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them, do the deal.
Trump always wanted a deal, but Netanyahu, after October 7th, had decided he was going to strike Iran anyway, with or without the United States, regardless of whether we were negotiating. Netanyahu even asked Trump for the bunker busters, but Trump said no and was focused on signing a deal, but began to feel the Iranians were stringing us along. And after they missed their deadline and the clock ran out, he let Israel go hard the very next day. And now Trump has a big decision to make. The U.S. and Israel control the airspace over Iran. Their proxies have been gutted. Our sanctions are strangling the country, and Israel's conducting sabotage and espionage activity inside of their borders. The U.S. naval assets have surged into the region, encircling the regime in the Arabian Sea, the Gulf, and in the Mediterranean. Sources say B-52s are stationed in the Indian Ocean within striking distance of Iran. And Trump says this country cannot have a nuclear weapon.
It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon. Or what are you looking for here? An end. A real end, not a ceasefire. An end. So something that would be permanent. Yeah. Or giving up entirely. Is that okay too? Are you close there? Is that possible? Is that possible in the next 24 hours? Why not? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible.
Trump's orchestrating a massive pressure campaign to ensure the Iranians never get a nuke. Politico says it's the most consequential decision of his presidency. The Trump administration doesn't want to barrel into risky missions or regime changes, but they recognize there's a historic window of opportunity to solve a problem that's vexed U.S. presidents for decades: how to fully eliminate the Iranian nuclear program. Does the president authorize American pilots to fly B-2 bombers over Iran and drop a series of bunker busters on Fordow, the underground Iranian nuclear facility? Or does he let the Israeli air campaign put Khomeini under so much pressure that he crawls back to the negotiating table and signs away his nuke program peacefully? Trump met with his national security team earlier today and is carefully deliberating. The president just finished a call with Netanyahu this afternoon and is keeping all options on the table. He's considering dispatching J.D. Vance and negotiator Steve Witkoff to the region, while also getting assets in place if he decides to strike. Israel can't eliminate the Iranian nuclear threat by themselves. They have their own bunker busters, but none of them are powerful enough to pierce 300 feet deep underground. There's only one bomb for the job, and we have it: the MOP. The massive ordnance penetrator weighs 30,000 pounds. It's so heavy that it can only be lifted by an American B-2 bomber. And once it drops, it explodes horizontally and vertically. We've been working on it for 20 years. Trump tested one during his first term, and it's fully operational. We've used variations of bunker busters in the past, in the Iraq War, to destroy deep Iraqi command centers, and then in the Afghanistan war to target al-Qaeda caves. They look like this. Using bunker busters against Iran's nuke sites doesn't come without a risk. The Iranians have stated that if the United States does take offensive action against them, they'll target U.S. bases and the U.S. Navy in the region. If we decimate their nuke site, we'll take away their only leverage, and they could lash out unpredictably. A dirty bomb, suicide bombers, assassination attempts. Who knows? We'd have to deal with the consequences. The United States targeting Iran's nuclear facilities doesn't necessarily lead to regime change. It could domino into regime change, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee it.
All right, there you have it. I'm going to go back to the skyline of Israel.
video of it. To get out.
A champion has emerged. A champion.
Well, I did have a Fox segment there, but it looks like it went away. I don't know if you guys can hear that. I mean, I would assume you can, but it sounds like a plane flying pretty low around one of those areas. I don't know if it's Ashkelon or Ashkelon or however you pronounce that. Or if it's the southern Israel area.
Took out Soleimani on that tarmac. He's the one that took out al-Baghdadi and associates. This is the biggest existential threat to the entire Western world, Israel, the United States. The idea that the #1 state sponsor of terror would get a nuclear weapon. People that can't seem to understand that kind of puzzle me, but it's not up for them to decide what Donald Trump's foreign policy or how to define the MAGA movement, but it looks like they're trying to co-opt it.
We have one of the greatest men, one of the greatest presidents of our time, and I believe God does things for a reason, and that's what he's done. And so we should lower ourselves to people who obviously are incoherent when it comes to protecting our country. Let us be clear, and Ted hit on a lot of this too. This is a country that tried to assassinate our president. You know, in the good old days, that would be enough to blow them off the face of the earth. They tried twice, and we haven't done anything. We have fought these bastards for 47 years, half a century. They go on with their bumper stickers, forever wars, forever wars. Well, guess what? The Israelis are going to put an end to this forever war, and so will Donald Trump. Then I hear the questions, well, how much does the United States want to get involved? Well, I don't know. They want to have intercontinental ballistic missiles to hit the United States with nuclear warheads. How do we know? They've said so, death to America. And they said that's not a slogan, that's a reality. Really. You know, in World War II, a lot of the countries didn't even have advance notice. We have advance notice. They want intercontinental ballistic missiles. This is plain English. Plain English. They want nuclear warheads, and they're going to hit us with them. Okay. I'm a warmonger because I think that these 7th century primitive barbarians with 21st century technology should be removed so that we can protect our country, our families, our children. If this is not a reason to defend ourselves, then give me one. An Islamo-Nazi regime with a nuclear warhead, intercontinental missiles that have threatened to assassinate the President of the United States. Gee, and we have morons, fools, running around the country. This isn't MAGA. This isn't MAGA. This isn't what I voted for. Donald Trump is a forever war president. How so? He's going to do what every president before him since Carter didn't have the guts to do. He's going to put an end to this damn thing. And that's what needs to happen. That's not a warmonger. That's a peacemaker. That is a man who's going to make sure this generation and future generations are protected from nuclear missiles coming out of the Middle East, from barbarian primitives from the 7th century. That's what he wants to do. And then I hear the questions. Well, won't this create a bigger war? Really, with who? Tell me which Arab country has stepped up and said, you know what, we're going on the side of Iran. They're doing so great. The Israelis are kicking their asses left and right, and the U.S. hasn't even gotten involved directly. Yeah, so where are they? They're nowhere. How about China? Nowhere. How about Russia? Nowhere. What happened to World War III? There is no World War III. They all sound like a bunch of Marxist Islamists. They don't sound like patriotic Americans. Let me be clear. This is good versus evil. You're either a patriotic American who's going to get behind the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, or you're not. One other thing. These little weasels in Congress like Tom Massey, the War Powers Act, and I'm a constitutionalist, he says, and I know the president's not, he can't do this on his own. Hey, Tommy, let me educate you about the Constitution. Is the War Powers Act in the Constitution? It was passed in 1973. Was the Constitution adopted in 1973, Tommy? I don't think so. So you're joining up with Tlaib, who supports the enemy. Omar, who supports the enemy. Folks, this is black and white. You're either on the side of the red, white, and blue, or you're on the other side. It's that simple. Oh, what is the War Powers Act? It is an unconstitutional law that tries to steal power from the Commander-in-Chief. If Congress wants to step in, and they don't believe that the President of the United States should help Israel, help us, take out a nuclear site so these primitives don't have a missile that can hit Detroit and Los Angeles and Philadelphia or wherever they want to, if that's their belief, they have what's called the spending clause of the Constitution. They can withhold money. Congress did that in the Vietnam War to Ford. He vetoed it. They overrode his veto. You know why they won't do that? They don't have enough votes to do it, to override his veto. We need to stand behind our Commander-in-Chief. We need to stand behind the Israelis. We need to put this evil to rest once and for all. 50 years is a forever war. It's time to get rid of them. Done.
Wow. Wow. Holy crap. On live TV, just going off. There's going to be a lot of clips to farm out of that one. A lot of people are definitely going to be happy after seeing that. Holy crap. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are joining right now, you just watched that live. That was right now. Back to Tel Aviv. His latest post is still about the flagpoles.
and it's high time that that stop. And I think President Trump is in a position, whether by diplomacy or supporting Israel and what they're doing, whether it comes forcefully or voluntarily, Iran needs to end its nuclear program. It's as simple as that. That's got to be the end state.
Let me go to this one big beautiful bill. There are differences in the House and Senate version. For example,
okay, I thought they were going to go more into Iran, Israel, but if they do, I will bring it back up.
Now, less than 24 hours after Donald Trump warned everyone to evacuate Tehran, wow, Donald Trump puts out this on social media. The highways out of Iran's capital were absolutely, positively packed with cars. Millions appear to be listening to Donald Trump and taking the president's words rightly very seriously. Unfortunately, over the past 2 months, the mullahs of Iran, they failed to do the same. As the president put it, quote, Iran should have signed the deal. I told them to sign. What a shame, a waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, unquote. That is the Trump doctrine, for those of you that don't understand. It is common sense. Big part of the Trump platform, he would say it over and over again. Our platform is that of common sense. The #1 state sponsor of terrorism that has threatened to wipe Israel and the United States off the map repeatedly and fired, either themselves or through their proxies, what are hundreds of thousands of rockets over the years at this small country. This is something the president has emphasized over and over again. He has done it over the years. Look at your screen and watch.
Believe me, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, that I can tell you. Most importantly, the United States and Israel can declare with one voice that Iran must never be allowed to possess a nuclear weapon. Never, ever. Reaffirm that Iran must never be allowed to obtain, under any circumstances, a nuclear weapon. In order to ensure the other big move, the Iranian regime never obtains nuclear weapons. A regime with this track record must never be allowed to possess a nuclear weapon. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Thank you very much.
Now, take a look at your screen. The president, look at this. He has been saying these exact words going back to 2011, steady, firm, and consistent. And tonight, the American people overwhelmingly agree the country's most accurate pollsters, that would be Trafalgar, Insider Advantage. They nailed the 2016, 2020, 2024 presidential elections. They posed the following question, and it is right to the heart of the issue here. What is your opinion of President Trump's position that Iran must be prevented from developing a nuclear weapon, adding, by any means necessary? Take a look at your screen. A whopping 75% of the American people agree with the president. And according to a Harvard-Harris poll, 85% of voters say Iran should not be allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon. A majority of voters also want the president to take out Iran's nuclear program with a military operation. And another poll, well, from Insider Advantage, has the president's approval rating above water, 10 points above water, outpacing past two-term presidents by far. Now, this brings us to a critical question at this hour. Israel has successfully now targeted two of the three most major Iranian nuclear facilities. The third location, the Fordow enrichment plant that Jennifer Griffin was talking about, is buried deep under a mountain. This is south of Tehran. This is believed to be the most significant and secretive nuclear facility inside of Iran. In order to prevent the mullahs from getting a nuclear weapon, this facility must be destroyed. Tonight, the way I see it, there are three options. One, Israel could use a tactical nuclear weapon to wipe out the site. They don't have bunker buster bombs. That would obviously be not only highly controversial, but come with massive risks to the region. It is not a good option. Option number two, Israel can send in a team of commandos on the ground, also very risky with a much lower chance of success. The third best option involves the United States of America, our military, which is equipped with these 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs capable of penetrating that mountain. Israel does not have this critical weapon in its arsenal, and they do not possess the large bombers that are capable of dropping an ordnance of that size. So now President Trump has a decision to make. Will he deliver the final blow to Iran's nuclear program? Will he rid the world of this clear and present danger and this existential threat? Will he end Iran's threat of nuclear terror once and for all and make the world a safer place for generations to come? This is not an easy decision for anybody. And let me be clear, it is not without its own risks. But ask yourself these questions. Would the world be better off without the world's #1 state sponsor of terror that has fired hundreds of thousands of missiles?
strikes in Iran. There's some reports about where is it here? Seen some reports claiming that they're striking some university. Let me look it up. Yeah, there is a university, Imam Hossein University, which is in Tehran, and it's affiliated with the Revolutionary Guard Corps. And I've seen some reports that perhaps it was attacked in the last couple hours. But I don't know for sure. Yes, N12 News Israel says Israel attacked Imam Hossein University in the east of the city and is linked to the Revolutionary Guards. For whatever it's worth. Imam Hossein University. That's in eastern Tehran. Now, yeah, again, that's a university affiliated with the Revolutionary Guard. District 18 of Tehran, where part of it's under evacuation, is in southwestern Tehran. District 18 is down by Mehrabad Airport, which is down, I have to look it up. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was further south. Anyways, it's down, but it's over here. It's not up here. It's over here. Part of District 18 is under evacuation. Israel told part of District 18 you have to evacuate because we're going to be conducting strikes there. I don't know if they have yet. I thought we might know more by now about what Trump is going to decide. And we've talked about this possibility that maybe something's already happening, we just don't know about it. So keep that in mind. So I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything here, then we'll move forward. The Times of Israel says Israel is reportedly attacking a missile facility near Tehran, a site it attacked in October of last year. I wonder if it's on Google Maps. I don't think it is. Crazy Ape says the missile facility is the big fire going on in Tehran right now, which we talked about earlier. I want to... I want to show you a couple things from the Institute for the Study of War Iran report. This site does military analysis. I really like it. It's at understandingwar.org. I'll post a link to the article. If they have some analysis I wanted to mention. They say Israel has continued striking Iranian military targets, which has likely degraded Iranian missile forces significantly. This degradation is reflected in the decreasing volume of Iranian missile fire at Israel. I think we've seen 2 missile attacks while we're on the air, 15 and 10, I think, missiles, but maybe I'm forgetting about one. They also say, Institute for the Study of War also says, Israel has continued striking energy infrastructure and regime sites connected to domestic surveillance and repression. These strikes could reduce the ability of the regime to control the population and in turn destabilize it. According to the New York Times, Iran has prepared to fire missiles at U.S. forces if the U.S. strikes Iran. The Times reported that Iran would first attack U.S. positions in Iraq, then in other specified Arab countries, presumably those around the Persian Gulf. The IDF, Institute for the Study of War, says the IDF today estimated that it had destroyed between 35 and 45% of Iran's ballistic missile stockpile. Interesting. Also, I think they said about 1/3 of their launchers. Yes. Iran's missile barrages in the recent conflict are much smaller compared to its barrages in the October 2024 attack on Israel, which likely reflects the IDF's degradation of Iranian ballistic missile capabilities. Iran launched about 200 missiles in 2 waves in October of 2024, whereas they used 30 to 40 missiles per barrage on June 16th and 20 missiles in its largest barrage and 2 in its smaller barrage on June 17th. They say the sharp decline in the size of Iranian missile barrages is likely the result of IDF's destruction of Iranian missile launchers, and storage facilities. Alexandri, our viewer, thinks Iran does not have the capacity to respond. By the way, this report by Institute for the Study of War has all these different maps on it and stuff. I'll post a link to it if you're interested. Again, they did good work over there. Oh, what happened to my camera? Where'd the camera go? Where'd the camera go? Can you guys hear me? I just noticed that. Hold on. Hang on, folks. Hang on, folks. If I hit refresh, we should be okay, I assume. Let's see. Now, why is this happening? Uh-oh. I don't like this. I don't like this. Hang on. That's weird. I hope my camera didn't die on me. I have another camera I can plug in. Can you guys can hear me? I think the camera may have been dying lately. Let me plug it in again and see what happens. I hope this doesn't mess up the stream. That's never happened before. This has never happened before. Hang on, I'm gonna put a thing up on the screen saying, yeah, you can hear me. Let me put a thing up on the screen that says Steve is fixing his camera. I mean, I've had this camera for a while. It's never given me a problem, and I was thinking of replacing it. I haven't even seen like there's really not new American reporting about how this is all going to play out at this point. Excuse me. Oh, we should look at this. Hey, let me show you a little. I'll give a little. I'll talk a little about. There's a new article tonight from the Washington Post. Let's see what they have to say. Trump debates bombing Iran in pivotal moment for presidency, they say. Let me just check this out. What do they say? Washington Post says tonight, President Trump faced one of the most monumental decisions of his presidency as he debated whether to join a war against Iran that risked sucking Washington into a new Middle Eastern conflict, but also offered the chance to eliminate a foe's nuclear program. Is it really a debate? Would he have come back for this if it was really a debate? I kind of feel, and posted the stuff he posted this morning. I mean, at this point, I think a lot of people, myself included, would be just shocked if it was like, oh no, we're not actually going to help out. I feel like maybe you don't come back unless you're already pretty sure what you're going to do. But who knows? You know, again, this morning he was posting, earlier today he was posting things like, hold on. Posting things like, we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He's an easy target, but is safe there. We're not going to take him out, kill, at least not for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And we now have complete and control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. You know, as much a bunch of you said, we. So, I don't know. I would be shocked at this point if it came out that the U.S. was not actually getting into it. But you never know. I mean, some people are saying maybe it's a bluff and he's trying to get a deal or something. Naz came in, thinks he wants them to make a deal. It's a hollow threat. Cody Porple thinks he could have wanted input from staff and generals. Bunny Rabbit thinks the decision to join Israel has been made. Let me just read a little more of that. President Trump's tough language today, says the Washington Post, came at a moment of extraordinary weakness for Tehran, whose power is at a low ebb following a year of Israeli attacks against its allies and proxies in the Middle East. Actually, more like a year and a half. Trump has long taken an aggressive approach toward Iran, although he also campaigned on ending global conflicts, and as recently as last week continued to seek a new agreement to restrict its nuclear program. The Post says Trump's current posture could rebound in unpredictable ways. If he succeeds in wresting concessions from Iranian leaders to dismantle their nuclear program, or destroys it by military force without provoking major retaliation, he could be hailed as a president whose unpredictable approach to foreign policy yields results. Mishandling the situation could pull Washington into a major conflict with dangerous and unpredictable consequences for U.S. citizens. And it could also lead to a nuclear-armed Iran if strikes fail and the government resolves to develop the nuclear weapon it has long declared it does not seek. I've seen a bunch of analysis that says if this whole, assuming the regime survives this, it'll make them want to get a nuclear weapon even more. Leaders who met with Trump at the G7 summit yesterday, says the Post, said that the U.S. leader that Trump had floated the possibility of joining Israeli strikes against Iran. They say this is an extraordinary departure after months in which he had pushed for a diplomatic solution to Tehran's nuclear program. The Post reports that Secretary of State Rubio told some counterparts yesterday that the U.S. did not intend to join the Israeli attack on Iran. By Tuesday, those officials let me just say this again. 3 officials familiar with Rubio's phone calls said that Monday, Marco Rubio called counterparts from different countries and told some of them that the U.S. did not intend to join the Israeli attack on Iran. The officials who told this to the Post, however, said that by the next day, they believed that the U.S. position had changed and that Trump was considering joining the attack. Senator Lindsey Graham, said he spoke to Trump on Monday night and believes Trump wants to help Israel to finish the job in destroying Iran's nuclear program. While some of Iran's nuclear facilities have been attacked in recent days by Israel, the most significant nuclear facility they have is the Fordo enrichment plant, which is buried deep underground inside a mountain. I believe I think it's around 280 feet underground. U.S. officials have said the center can be effectively attacked only with massive bunker-busting bombs, including the GBU-57, a 15-ton round known as the Massive Ordnance Penetrator, or MOP. That 20-foot-long bomb is carried by the B-2 Spirit, the bat-wing-shaped stealth bomber. That fleet, I didn't realize this, the B-2 Spirit bomber fleet is based at Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. Okay. And those bombers have previously been deployed for global bombing runs in which they rely on aerial refueling to fly to and from targets without stopping. Wow. Should the Pentagon use other kinds of bombs to attack Iran, it could rely on an array of other aircraft, including fighter jets already in the region and B-52s. The Pentagon recently relocated some of these aircraft to Diego Garcia, an island with a joint U.S.-British military base in the Indian Ocean, says the Post. While the U.S. military has not launched any strikes as of today, defense officials said it has assisted Israel in other ways, including using Navy destroyers off the coast and fighter jets to shoot down Iranian munitions fired toward Israel.
What have you heard from the
A little more
Iranians?
background
They'd like
here.
to talk,
I think it's interesting.
but they should have done that before. I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal. They have to make a deal, and it's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war, and they should talk, and they should talk immediately before it's too late.
That with the G7 before the president left late last night up in Canada there. And this is the truth social that they sent out. Everyone should immediately evacuate it. Easier said than done in the city of Tehran. The city itself has upwards of 9.5 to 10 million people. The surrounding metropolitan area of Tehran, upwards of 17 million. The country itself is massive. It's about the size of Alaska. It's twice the size of Texas. You could take 75 Israels and put it inside, fit it inside the geography of Iran. That's what you're dealing with here. The borders are extensive and long with Iraq. It's about 1,000 miles in length. Several up here with Armenia and Azerbaijan. Turkmenistan, you see as well. Afghanistan. Pakistan's got a border that extends about 500 miles. This is, thus far, what these neighboring countries have done. Pakistan announced its borders closed yesterday. Azerbaijan has done it as well. The airspace is closed over Tehran. Many of those taillights you see in the video that we've been showing for the last 2 days, it's been reported that many folks who live in Tehran are heading north to the Caspian Sea. There's the taillights there on the highways. They are jammed at night. It is so easy to see based on the video when the night gets dark. And up here, just back on the map quickly, this is the Caspian Sea in the north here. And that's where they believe a lot of folks are trying to seek refuge at the moment. General Jack Keane's with us now. And General, thank you for your time yet again with Jack and me. Jackie, why don't you begin with that specific question that we were talking about from the New York Times? Let's start there.
General Keane, thank you for being here. You know, I guess the real question that everyone's facing right now and the president is facing is how does this become a successful operation? And there's a lot of suggestion that it can't be a success if Fordo is still enriching at the end of it. But the U.S. military has been sort of mapping out what this would look like. And here's what the New York Times writes. The exercises led to the conclusion that one bomb would not solve the problem. Any attack on Fordo would have to come in waves, with B-2s releasing one bomb after another down the same hole. And the operation would have to be executed by an American pilot and crew. Is there a second option, a ground option, that the president might have on his menu of choices?
Well, certainly there are a number of options, and the real issue is that if the United States is going to do something here, it's likely going to be from the air because we have that capability. And let me say that if the United States was leading this campaign and Israel was supporting us, this would be a very complex and challenging set of targets to deal with Iran's complete nuclear enterprise that exceeds more than 12 bases out there where this enterprise is located, and some of them are buried under the ground. And they've spread out their enrichment, they've spread out their centrifuges to make this a difficult challenge. And the Ayatollah and his people have always had the thought, and this is why they never dismantled their nuclear program as a result of negotiations. They believed that they could absorb an air attack, and because so many of their capability is buried under the ground, they can survive that air attack in terms of capability, recover, and rebuild. They've always considered that to be a better option than voluntarily dismantling the program, which is what the Obama administration wanted them to do, and they conceded it very early in the negotiations and gave up the idea. That is the Obama administration. The Trump administration worked it for many, many weeks and got the same response pretty much from the Ayatollah and his negotiators. They weren't about to do it. And the reason is pretty obvious, because if he voluntarily gave it up with verification, it's gone. An airstrike, as complex, as tough as it is, he believes, and he has advisors to tell him that, he can survive it and recover the enterprise and rebuild it and still put a nuclear package together that will threaten Israel and the region. That's where these guys are.
General, just getting word now out of Tel Aviv, the Israeli military saying it's completed yet another wave of attacks in western Iran, saying that happened a short time ago. Look at the U.S. Navy assets in the region. We were told yesterday the USS Nimitz was heading westbound through the Singapore Strait. We certainly want to make sure that our 40,000 men and women in that region are taken care of and in good safekeeping. Back to this bunker buster possibility. 30,000-pound weapon dropped by a B-2 bomber, possibly on this mountain. What is your level of confidence that one or two or more could do the job?
I have no idea how many it would take. I leave that to the people that are involved in the details of planning, if that's what's taken place. But I do think over time, we have the capability to render that particular site ineffective. It's obviously underneath a mountain, and I think the engineers are contributing to how you do that, but it likely has to collapse down on itself. So I think it's achievable, but it's a formidable target, and it would take likely successive attacks to do it. But the reality is, the issue is, what if we don't do that? And what if we take a knee that some people are saying that this is going to lead to another forever war? And let's take that off the table pretty quick here. The United States and Israel has no intention of conducting a ground invasion of Iran, similar to what we did in Iraq and Afghanistan, the purpose of which was for regime change, was for occupation, which led to nation building. And the length of that protracted the war, and that is a lousy taste people have in their mouth about it.
Interesting, some of this stuff. Yeah, I want to just read a little of this again because AP says the bunker buster bomb is a broad term to describe bombs that are designed to penetrate deep below the surface before exploding. In this case, it refers to the latest GBU-57AB Massive Ordnance Penetrator, MOP bomb in the American arsenal. The roughly 30,000-pound bomb, precision-guided, is designed to attack deeply buried and hardened bunkers and tunnels. It's believed to be able to penetrate about 200 feet below the surface before exploding, and the bombs can be dropped one after another, effectively drilling deeper and deeper with each successive blast. In theory, that bomb, that bunker buster, could be dropped by any bomber capable of carrying the weight, but at the moment, the U.S. has only configured and programmed its B-2 Spirit stealth bomber to deliver the bomb. And the B-2 is only flown by the Air Force. Yes, the B-2 normally can only carry a payload of 40,000 pounds, but the U.S. Air Force has successfully tested the B-2 located with two bunker busters, GBU-57 bunker busters, which weigh 60,000 pounds. That's according to AP. So it could carry two of them. Oh, and here's a list I wanted to show you. I thought this was interesting. AP had a list of countries. These countries have nuclear weapons or are believed to have them. Here you go. Here's the list, according to AP, of countries with nuclear weapons and estimated numbers. Oh, hold on. Do it this way. Here is your list. Russia, United States at the top there, then China, France, UK, India, Pakistan, Israel, North Korea. Yes, Israel has nuclear weapons. Israel has never acknowledged having nuclear weapons, but is widely believed to have them, says AP. They've never officially acknowledged it. Oh yeah, John Harris, North Korea has a bunch of nuclear weapons. Now that doesn't mean they have the ability to, they have some long-range missiles. One of our viewers thinks the number on North Korea is too high. Do you think Iran will get supplies from other countries like Russia and China? I don't know. I don't know. If the U.S. starts helping out, I don't know. Germany does not have nuclear weapons. Uh-oh, what happened here? Oops, I don't want to. I want to see the. I want to just see this. I don't want to see Google. I want to see this. That's what I thought we were showing. There we go. Thanks, by the way, to Corky Thomas Rockinger from New Zealand, who's pruning his vineyard. Thank you, Thomas. CMM. Thank you, CMM. IndyCar, who thinks Iran still possesses a major nuclear threat even now as they have an abundance of highly radioactive material and ballistic missiles for dirty bombs. The American Enterprise Institute had something about this. Where is it? Hold on, what's this? Who is it? Where are the AEI? They are an independent, they are a center-right think tank. Okay. There's an article from the American Enterprise Institute from a couple days ago that says a dirty bomb attack could be Iran's next move against Israel. Let me say more about this. Wikipedia says a dirty bomb or radiological dispersal device is a radiological weapon that combines radioactive material with conventional explosives. The purpose of the weapon is to contaminate the area around the dispersal agent / conventional explosion with radioactive material, serving primarily as an area denial device against civilians. Dirty bombs have never been used, only tested. How about that, says Wikipedia. They are designed to disperse radioactive material over a certain area. Wikipedia says, with no prior event of a dirty bomb detonation, it is considered difficult to predict the impact. Tyler Rogaway posted something, I think, that might have alluded to that today. He is the creator of the Warzone website, founder. I thought it was him. Maybe I'm wrong. Yes, this is what Tyler Rogaway said today. He said, I'll put it on the screen for you. That's not what I wanted to do. He said, Tyler Rogaway, here it is. Tyler Rogaway said, Iran may not have an atomic bomb, but they have nuclear material that can still be very deadly and destructive. Keep that in mind. It's interesting because he's not someone who posts all kinds of like crazy theories all the time. But he's mentioning this, which is interesting. Secret Owl says a desperate Iran may be possible. No, Zalf, nothing new from Trump about this. A quick thank you to Rob Herring and Guzman73 and Corky, Thomas Rockinger from New Zealand. Excuse me. Hold on a moment. A couple of our viewers have asked about Air Force One. Is it one of the most tracked flights? I'm not seeing it on a tracked flight. Some people mentioned it. Avalon 39. Right here, Avalon 39. Is that one of the Air Force One planes? This? I have to look it up. I'm not sure about that. Is it a doomsday plane? I don't know off the top of my head. I don't remember what the call signs are. This says a Boeing C-40 Clipper. It's a military variant of a 737. It can carry cargo, passengers, or both. The Air Force uses them, the C-40B and the C-40C, for transporting senior military leaders and government officials. So maybe it has some government official on board. You can see that right there. And it flew from Belleville. Belleville, I think, Illinois. Is it Missouri? Well, it's not Missouri, no. I was going to say Missouri. I can't see. I can't make out. Oh, Illinois.
All right, guys. I guess that's the official word from Turkish president.
It's over here. Did I get the state wrong? It's Scott Air Force Base is near Belleville in southwestern Illinois. So that's probably where that plane took off from. Anyways. Baya Williams says on their way to pick up embassy evacuees? That I don't know. I don't know that they would be picking up evacuees. I honestly don't know. I have no idea what it's doing there. I couldn't tell you at all. I couldn't tell you at all. What is this? Is there a drone alert? There is a drone alert in Israel, by the way. Drone alert, which happens relatively regularly. Ooh, bunch of drone alerts in northern Israel. That's from SOFAR Red Alert map. Are there a bunch of drones, or is that why there's so many? Normally you don't get this many drone alerts at once. That's kind of a bunch. I'm going to check... let me check some of the local outlets and see if they're reporting anything on this. They're saying it. I don't know. I don't know specifically what's going on with that. Hold on a second here. Yeah, that's a lot of drone alerts. Where is it? There. There it is from So Far Red Alerts. All your drone alerts. Yeah, again, usually they're not as many as this. But maybe some of them will go away. Some of them already seem to be going away. Oh, they just went away. Maybe a drone's been shot down or something. Looks like they've gone away. Rock and Roller says they gone. Collected Chaos says, why have the Houthis been so quiet? Why haven't they been launching stuff in support of Iran? Good question. Oh, hold on. I have an update for you on the Houthis. I have an update for you on them. Houthi official says group will intervene to support Iran against Israel. That's from today. A member of Yemen's Iran-aligned Houthi movement said on Al Jazeera Mubashir TV today that the group will intervene to support Iran against Israel, like it did in support of Palestinians in Gaza. The Houthis, which have been launching attacks against Israel in support of Palestinians in Gaza, said on Sunday they targeted Israel in coordination with Iran, the first time an Iran-aligned group has publicly announced joint cooperation on attacks with Tehran.
America awaits a decision from the president. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is maneuvering military assets and says the U.S. is in a defensive posture. Our chief national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin has more on what's being deployed to the region and whether that defensive posture might change to an offensive posture. Jen.
Well, John, first, a quick correction to what the former defense minister of Israel just said. The U.S. does not have B-2 bombers in the region at Diego Garcia. Those 6 B-2s were withdrawn after the Houthi conflict ended, and they were taken back to their home base in Missouri. The president, as you mentioned, is currently meeting with his national security team in the Situation Room. The Pentagon has ordered to the Middle East more air assets to include F-22s, F-16s, and F-35 fighter jets, and an extension of those already based in the region. The Pentagon also ordered a second aircraft carrier to the Middle East. The USS Nimitz should arrive in about a week, joining the Vinson strike group already there off the coast of Oman. U.S. forces have not participated in any offensive strikes against Iran yet, but the U.S. military has been sharing intelligence and providing air defense of Israel from land and by sea. Here's Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth last night with Jesse Waters facing questions about whether the U.S. will further enter the war.
What it looks like right now is we're vigilant, we're prepared, and we've messaged consistently from the beginning that we're in the region to defend our people and our assets. So people are reading into a lot of aspects right now. We're strong, we're prepared, we're defensive, and President Trump hopes there can be peace.
The Nimitz and some of her escorts were spotted yesterday crossing the Singapore Strait, steaming west after leaving the South China Sea. On board are squadrons of F-18 Super Hornet strike aircraft and an electronic warfare squadron. More than 20 Air Force tankers have flown to the Middle East from Europe. All eyes now on Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, home to the B-2 stealth bombers. If the president orders them to fly, it's a 30-hour round trip to the Middle East and would require a lot of mid-air refueling, hence the pre-positioning of all those refuelers to Europe. As we learn more about what the president is thinking about further U.S. involvement to stop Iran's nuclear program, John, my colleague Peter Doocy is reporting that the president's top intelligence chief, Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, was not invited to Camp David on June 8th, where the intelligence...
And there you have it. Looks like we still have no word from the White House, Trump, or anything.